David Walker.
Okay.
He's not gonna be happy with me either. Thus the ridge.
You got snow on the ridge? So I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. As always, we start our meetings out with opening prayer. Queen?
Sure. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for letting us gather here today. Please watch over everybody in our county as this season can be very distressing. Please place your arms of comfort around them and help them through these trying times. Let us be pleasing to you in our words and thoughts and actions today. Let us watch over our citizens. Let us do what's best for them as we face very hard times financially. And bless everybody. Let us get home safe. In your name I pray. Amen.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Check our quorum. I'm not marking off stuff ahead of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me go ahead and check the quorum. So Ms. Bechtold,
Here.
Mr. Cox?
Here.
Mr. Levi Cox? Mr. Levi? Mr. Booth?
Present.
Okay. Mr. Turman?
Here.
And then Miss Cookenbook, and then. Here. All right. And I don't know, Ms. Sheriff, we need to go ahead and announce that Ms. Cookenbook is participating remotely related to she's going to use one of her medical absent remote participations. So just for the record, wanted to make sure that was noted for you, Ms. Chair. And that's why she was last, so we could make that announcement.
Okay, we will move up to our approval of the agenda. Does anyone have anything want to add to it? If not, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, call roll.
Okay, for the approval of the agenda, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook? Yes. All right, and Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right, thank you for that.
Approval
There you go.
of the disbursements. Anybody have any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Well, floor's open for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the disbursements as presented.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Oh, there we go. Go ahead, let her have it.
Motion and second.
Okay. On the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
I abstain.
okay, and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, so that has been approved. And apologies, we were hoping we would have a pile of minutes for you to approve today, but that didn't pan out. And when I get to my presentation at the end, if it's all right at that time, I'll talk to you about kind of what we're hoping to pull off there. But apologies. So then your next item, Mr. Chair, if we mark that out, would be your closed session.
Okay. All righty. I'll take a motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A1.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion and a second, call roll.
Right. On the motion to move to closed session under 2.2 3711A1, specifically for appointment to boards and commissions, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Got the cart before the horse.
Yes, she knows.
There she is. She broke her leg skiing on that snow.
You're welcome.
All right, I believe we were starting towards a motion to come out of closed session.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see, I heard well, before we got online, we had Mr. Booth made a motion, I believe.
I'll second.
Inspector, a second. Go ahead and call. All right, so on the motion to come out of closed session, Mr. Booth?
Yeah.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
I confused you, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes. Now take a certification motion. We only discussed those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
So moved.
All right, well,
We count yours as a second. Glad to beat you.
She got a delay. It's
You
great.
got. Yeah.
all right, sir, on the motion to certify that we only talked about the things we were supposed to in closed session, Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook? Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And,
Mr. Chairman, if I may. I want to just state that I am in a secure location. I just have a background of my farm in snow from a couple of years ago, but I am in a secured location, doors closed, nobody else is here.
Okay, thank you. I noticed in the past we failed to do that.
thank
And,
you. Yeah.
so
Appreciate that. Well, and as chair, as you see, y'all are a little behind. We're a little behind to say the least, but Dr. Wheeler has some other commitments and asked if we could take him in at 10 o'clock. So we're as close to 10 as we could get y'all. And these gentlemen, I think, are aware of that and have been kind enough to willing to say they wait.
we'll have
That's
to
all
get
right.
to David pretty quick. He ain't gonna have no shoe soles left. And noticed him walking up this.
Kids in the boardroom.
We made you up front and center. You want us? You want to see us too?
We ain't changed a bit.
All right. Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
I appreciate your busyness. That's a good sign. So, I think the first thing, you had a question from what I understand on, the, capital improvement request. Those are the last 24 buses that did not have cameras. And as we do every year, when we get grants, you're at the mercy of when the grants come. Well, these days, you're at the mercy of when the cameras or when the items are available. So we got the items and we got them installed very quickly. And a week later, we got part of the grant we requested and wrote for them. So there'll be $23,538 going back. And we're going to continue to work for grants until we hopefully get this, or at the end of the year, pay the rest of it. But it's just, that's a one-time. Any new buses you get these days have the dual camera system on them. And, you know, this, and we got them professionally installed, which was part of it too. So that was that request, and obviously we continue to search for grants and make sure safety is a priority. But if you have any questions on that, and as soon as the grant comes in, we'll put it back to capital improvement. As soon as we continue to write on other grants, which we always do, you know, we'll look what we have.
These
Go ahead.
these cameras, they tie in with already data and
Yeah.
support stuff you already have in place for
Absolutely.
the others. It's
Yeah.
all compatible.
It's all compatible.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
I think that was one of the questions. I can't.
Robert Ratcliffe, our Director of Technology, yep, he's involved in all that. Easily accessible and has a sustain memory for a long time.
And is that memory downloaded? That was another.
You can,
question
yep,
that came up.
yep,
Okay.
yep. We have it, and we have a really good system with it.
Is that like a chip that you take out and put a fresh chip in, or is it just download straight?
It's just download straight to it, and we can
Wi-Fi or-
yep, and we can pull it anytime, and they're on and operating great.
I think it was the main.
Yeah, and those
I
were
didn't mean to jump.
the last 24.
I guess I haven't kept up with technology, you know, but for most of the cameras I've had dealings with, they called it a loop. You know, like it would hold it for a couple of days, and if nothing come up, you didn't download or whatever, it read
Ours, I mean, memory's very accessible these days, so
It
it'll hold
stays.
it for a while, yeah.
Because I'm glad to see them. I really am.
Yeah, well, and, yeah, I mean, we have, over the last 6 years, we put the best cameras in about every place we possibly could, and the security and the lock, so unfortunately, with citizens.
And is that monitored with that many buses? I mean, randomly just pull one to watch, or
When we need to,
as the
yeah,
situation?
as the
arises?
situation arises, we have them, and get to them quickly.
Back in the 90s, we wasn't glad to see them. When I bust, the Indian Valley had the first one. We called it Silent Witness. But,
No such thing in '70s.
yeah, the Silent Witness. But, so does all the buses.
Right now,
That equips everybody.
whips everybody.
Well, good.
Yeah. Yep.
And then this appropriation, the movement of this money would cover all the expense
Yep.
for the final,
For those 24. Yep.
okay.
One-time deal, and then, like I said, we'll replenish 23,538, and then continue to search for grants. And we build that capital improvement up at the end of the year as much as we can. So we'll see what's next. But as far as everything else, we have all the main infrastructure engineered, and we're just waiting for some costs so that we can be able to use with our operating budget this year and replace some of the bigger units, like I said, that have to, because the air conditioning they use is going obsolete. So one of them's already broke at Floyd E, and both roofs are already well under replacement, so we're good there. It's good to have the federal money. I mean, it's good to have in this budget, because we couldn't do it without it. And at least they're one-time expenses, so.
If we didn't get it, somebody else would.
Yeah.
So we need to
Yep.
get our fair share.
The other things, we continue to have some pretty good accolades. We had a ITRT Teacher of the Year last year. We have 2 of our kids that were honored with the highest PSATs for small and rural schools. And now we have 2 of our students, Victoria Price and Jade Turpin, won second place in the Congressional App Challenge for the 9th District. And this is a pretty big honor. We beat out some pretty impressive schools with this, and their app on invasive species is really cool. So you can look that up, and it's through our computer science program that we started, I guess, 2 years ago. So we're rolling with that, and so that was a nice honor, and we continue to get those. That falls in line with our 2 region winners for our computers in the neighborhood that we won earlier in the year. So
That'll have a good ripple effect, because that sort of inspires some of the other students to
it does.
put out a little more effort.
It does. And then the other thing our board approved last night, we finally been working on this. One of the great needs in this area is pipe fitting, pipe cutting, and that technology. So we got Atlantic Piping behind us right now, because they're what we're looking for in that building. They want to sponsor a class where they can get employees and for adults. So we'll have a start date with that. The board approved it. It'll be in our welding lab, and it will be on Saturdays. and multiple certifications. And this company is the one that's sponsoring it, and they'll be using our facility and providing a great job source and a great skill that's going to go right into that company if they want. So and we have the facility now and the tools to do it for them to use, and they were very excited about it.
Following up with that job opportunity and education, whatever became of the EMT program that we were talking about doing?
We're still looking at it. What'll happen there, we need those people to come in 8th and 9th grade PE during that section to get them used to and get them exposed to EMT, because we teach some of that in that curriculum. And then Brittany Quessenberry is working on that. You know, it won't be next semester, but we can definitely offer, if the individual wants to teach it, definitely offer an evening class in that. But we can create a feeder program by just getting the interest in the school, and we definitely have space for that. I mean, we have a nursing lab, we have another lab that would be perfect too. So that would be a great after school.
Is there an opportunity to offer that during class hours, like with the pipe fitting and other stuff?
Well, the pipe fitting's after school too, so there wouldn't be a completer program with that. So most likely, and definitely, you could offer it right after school. That's not a problem. I think the biggest thing is to make it available to adults too on their time schedule. But yeah, we have that underway, and we'll be working with them and see if we can't get it for the beginning of next year and just get that adult class advertised. Now, with any adult class like that, we have to look, you want to minimize the charge to any adult. So if there is a charge at all, and we'll work with you all in the county with that, because it's really the use of our facility. But yeah, we're going to grow that through our classes and get the interest up, and then actually have it taught by the person qualified that's employed here to get certified for it.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, and of course, I know you can't do everything at one time, although we wish you could.
Yeah.
Don't forget about social services workers, mental health workers.
Oh, yeah.
You were talking about possibly incorporating some of that into the nursing program associated with that, along with that home health. There's a big field there that there's a big empty spot.
There is. That's especially.
And I know you know that.
Yeah, and that goes along with child care too, and that is a completed program, and we're talking about that. And honestly, we have the space now. Anything that we add like that would probably not be any additional cost. It's just reallocating your current resources to make that happen. But New River Community Services they are looking actively too, and they want to get high school students involved and aware of that. So we do that, and we have multiple counselors in our building too. So a lot of that comes from our guidance counselors at the high school, but they have programs too to try to get youth interested in the mental health profession.
Could you, and I know you've got to go, I don't want to.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Could you give us an update on the current construction? Just brief, it doesn't have to be detailed.
We're about finished with the punch list for phase 1, which is always important. They're rolling, they want to be done. Obviously, our time frame is we just need to be in it by June, and their time frame is well before that. So, they'd like to be done with everything in February. It may not be, which is fine. Both projects, yeah. The other ones, yeah. So,
That would be great.
yeah, and it's more lucrative for them if they can hurry up and finish. And but it's coming along really good. The spaces are incredible, especially this other collaboration space that we're doing. We've already purchased with our Perkins money 2 training machines for auto mechanics that we needed to be up to date on what these kids need. And with the new area in auto mechanics, we were able to put those in there. So, we'll look. Our furniture for the new section is coming next week. And the thing about that, you got to order it and you got to get it, because if you don't take it when it's available, you're not going to get it. it's going to be back ordered. So we're good to go with everything, and hopefully in May, hopefully in May we'll have a nice little ceremony when it's all very nice and put together. So, but no major hiccups, nothing major's going on there. I think everything is flowing, and they just want to get it done. Yeah, we'll have to see the flow and get the sheriff involved and see if there's anything. I think a big part of that is snow removal. I mean, I'm gonna have to live through a winter to see what VDOT takes care of, because right now they took care of those, and also we have a very large parking lot which we lived last year with, and we're able to maintain that from snow removal. You're not talking many days a year, but you do have to be.
Carlson,
Uh-huh.
that's what I'm.
Oh, yeah, we can.
That thing. Right now, it's across the beat, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can,
I don't think that feels, but something needs to happen in that they're involved in too.
right.
So I'm thinking of it, I'm not thinking the whole big thing. If we just did a small section.
Whatever you think there, we had a little talk out there. He drove around while he was waiting too and saw the road. And so we had a brief little talk there, but whatever you want to do and whatever, VDOT thinks is good. And like I said, we'll get the sheriff involved and our emergency personnel here involved, make sure. Yeah, yeah.
Just
No
keeping
problem.
it on the radar.
Oh, yeah.
Not pushing. Just
Yeah.
keeping
Absolutely. Yeah,
That's a fair statement.
that is. No problem.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, no problem at all. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Holiday season, and Merry Christmas.
So I guess I can make a motion to approve that. Was it 64,576.08?
So moved on that motion.
I'll second.
Motion is second.
Is that on all of them or just the ones?
For his,
3R1.
It's just, but we're doing all three at one time. Just one,
Just
just
one.
three explanations. Okay, I just want to make sure I was on it.
Motion second, go ahead.
All right, on the, and for those of you who are listening, we're at 12, we jumped down to 12A, old business, because it followed on Dr. Wheeler's comments. And the motion is for the Floyd County School Board has requested a revenue and expenditure appropriation in the amount of $64,576.08 from the Capital Improvement Fund to the FY23 School Board budget transportation category for the purchase and installation of school bus cameras for the entire fleet. And Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Mr. Booth,
Yes,
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And I see I got ahead of myself again because that was under old business. So at least we got that took care of. So there you go.
It's very timely. Well, as you see, both of your next speakers are here, sir. Mr. Clark.
Good morning. I have just a couple of items of update as we get into colder weather and less that we can do in that. We did manage to get some potholes patched the last month where we did have some decent weather, both on Route 8 and 221, as well as some of the secondaries, a little bit on Oxford, Moore Road, County Line Road. Most of it was trying to get a lot of the gravel roads graded and some stone on it before we I have to push it off. And catching up on some mowing and some pipe cleaning. But plan is to try to get some more of that mow trim machine out in December. And I don't know if I was able to update last time, but did finish up the rural rustic construction project, Silverleaf Road. And we did get the 25-mile-an-hour sign back up.
I hadn't been that way.
Thank
you.
It's up now.
Thank you.
So, and that's really all I have as far as updates go.
Start down Colinda's end this time. May take a while on Levi's. He may get wound up.
Might have some help.
There you go.
Completely not in my district, so I'm going to take Jerry.
Go.
Has there been much consideration done to the light having one direction of travel at a time to alleviate the left and right turn fiasco that seems to be not improving?
We're supposed to be looking at that, yeah. That's something we've talked about. I don't know if they've got a study done on that or what. A lot of it's just logistics of what you can take, how that arm is balanced and what they would have to do to change the configuration of it.
Right.
If they would take one light down each way, would
Yeah.
help tremendously too.
Right.
Sorry, I know
You
it's your
that way
time.
You would be, yeah, well, it's your district, so it's
Well,
only
no,
fair.
but
Yeah, I think taking down, so there's only one light in each direction would help, but
So you don't
also,
so people don't, or it's.
right,
a little
assume it's two
obvious.
lanes.
Yes, it's more obvious that it's just, you're not supposed to slip into that right side and turn right.
And then the last couple times I've been downtown, I've noticed people are not using the crosswalks appropriately. They're doing more of a scramble cross, which would help if we did the single lane of travel at a time
Right.
to also have it just a scramble crosswalk where everybody goes at once. I think that's it for my mess.
It's just like I made a comment to David a while back. People don't read signs.
Even picture signs.
Right?
and you can't blame it all on tourists.
No.
That's the problem.
Some of the natives have got used to going wherever they want to. So, go ahead,
You
Jerry.
want me to go ahead? Yeah, to expand on that, I see them walk up to a crosswalk, the button's right there, the sign's right there. I see them from a distance, so I'm already slowing down because I know they're going.
Yeah, right.
And darting in, and I mean, it's almost to the point, I hate to do it to some people, but if the sheriff was, I don't know about the jaywalking laws or whatever, but, we're trying to do stuff to make things safer. These people just jutting out between two parked cars across the road, I know as the rule pedestrians have the right of way, but they have a little responsibility too. And I've seen some very near misses, and I'm not talking little kids either. I'm talking about people that know better. That if they walk 20 feet further down the road, they can cross at the crosswalk, but they won't do it. But no, I wanted to thank you for the work on Route 8. It's helped. Hopefully that will get back in the system to be that where it was taken out this year, it'll be put back next year. And you mentioned Oxford. It's been rumored there's a potential that it may be resurfaced in the spring.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get that.
Will that be in this year, or we're actually talking about summer of the next budget year?
In calendar year 23.
Okay, so it's, okay. I'm sure the town folks will be happy to hear that. Not too sour a note, but, I didn't hear back from you where you said you were gonna call, and I'm a little disappointed in Salem that we got their attention, but, and I understand there's extenuating circumstances with that person, but I'm still anticipating that call or some kind of discussion with you and I.
I'll remind him again. I reminded him once and I hadn't heard from him also.
I'd rather go up the chain than I had it come down.
Right.
That's better on everybody.
Yeah, it all ends up on me anyway, so.
Well, you get it both directions.
Right.
So, But for him, it might be better if it's going up.
Sure.
than coming
Oh, yeah,
down.
yeah.
So let's not forget about that discussion. And there's some stuff I'm gonna bring up later that goes along with all that, but, no, but basically just thank the crews. Hadn't got to talk to is it Ronald? Hadn't got to talk to him yet, but, everybody's doing the best they can with what they got to do
Yeah.
with. And hopefully we'll see some changes in that. Just so you know, VACO Transportation Committee has put in to restore a lot of the powers back to your position that was stripped. So we are pushing that, and I hope we add that to our legislative agenda if it's not already in there. And try and get some of those decisions back in your hands where you can get things taken care of. Or at least get it on the list to get it taken
Right.
care of. It's just like a sign, we talked about that months ago. I know the sign, I know you put in, I know the sign crews were down here. It looks to me like that if you have a crew, like a sign crew coming to Floyd, assigned to Floyd for a day or two, they look through the work order and say, all right, we got these many to do, try and do them all at one time. To me, that would be a cost savings. But
Sure.
you're not in charge of that, and I'm not either, so. But, just wanna thank you and hope you and your family have a Merry Christmas.
Thanks very much.
Linda?
Okay, I'm on a tape delay, so, pardon the, pausing. The, work that's been done on Christiansburg Pike is much appreciated with the trimming work. I was hoping it would go all the way down through Camp Creek. I don't know, Camp Creek area, Huckleberry Ridge Road in there. I don't know if they're stopped or not. But the work they've been doing is, much appreciated. Really opened up Laurel Creek Road too. On Laurel Creek, some major, you managed to take care of that road so well during most of the summer. And I know we're at a point now where, we're getting a lot of the rain and then we're gonna start freezing and thawing. But if there's any way to kind of maybe get out there with a grader at some point or another, cause it's starting to deteriorate key spots and then, gonna go further quick. Other than that, most all the roads, as best they can be, are in halfway decent shape. So I appreciate everybody, and the work that's being done. I wanna wish the entire crews here in Floyd a very Merry Christmas, as well as to you and your family as well. And, yeah, we've got something coming Thursday, but I don't think it's gonna be much.
Yeah. We'll be ready, I hope.
know.
We're already talking about it. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. I was just gonna note for the record that, Mr. Clark and I, we met a week or two, probably 2 weeks ago out on Jerry Lane and rode over Jerry Lane, and I see Mr. Price wasn't able to attend the meeting today, but, on behalf of Mr. Best's concerns is the reason we met out on Jerry Lane. Could you elaborate since Mr. Best is with us today?
Sure, and I'll stick around.
Just so you can follow up on our review of that.
Yeah, we took a look at the conditions, and looked at some of the work that's been done, and there has been some work been done. We talked about, the difference between maintenance funding, construction funding, what can be done with each type of thing, what would be the appropriate next steps for that, should the board decide to be involved in that kind of funding and decisions that the board is involved in, which is generally the construction type stuff. Maintenance prioritization is over a much larger kind of area. We try to keep all the roads kind of in a general level of okay, because that's all we're funded for, basically. Try not to let anything get too out of hand on the secondary system. Obviously, the primary system is the top priority, because that's where your larger traffic volumes and higher speed traffic volumes. So, a pothole in the middle of 221 is going to do a lot more damage and cause more safety issues than a pothole somewhere else. So we give more emphasis to the primary system, Route 8 and 221. When you get off into the secondary system, you're trying to keep, you're looking at traffic counts, you're trying to prioritize in all kinds of different areas. And so that's the kind of the difficulty we face on the secondary system is spreading maintenance money around to the 300 miles of paved road there is on the secondary system in Floyd.
I appreciate your attention to that matter. And then also I was just going to bring up too, the hour or two I got to spend with him was pretty educational. I got to learn a lot about different funds and so forth. But during one of our topics of conversation, he had made mention about a project, and I don't know if it's in Jerry's jurisdiction, your limits or Linda's, but off Christiansburg Pike at the cabinet shop, Country Ridge.
It's just off Flieger Hill.
Off of Flieger Hill?
Just
Is
off
that
Flieger, you come in
courthouse?
off of 615 on Flieger Hill.
Yes.
And then it's a right. There's a little private road with, I don't know, 6 or 8 houses on it.
Yeah, so one of the topics that he was bringing up, it just sort of clued me into that particular roadway. And I'd imagine that thing's been discussed in the past, but I wanted to just let you know, we had a discussion about it, and Mr. Clark was going to look a little further into that.
Yeah, that was the one that fell through the cracks in the county. We didn't get bond from the LLC did the base and the roughing out and of the road, and they built the houses, then dissolved. And the rules are, it has to be up to standards, and it wasn't paved, and there was some other little problems with it. And, we tried for years, but, the citizens down there didn't want to pay for the upgrade to do what needed to be done, so it was just left as it was. Since then, we do get bonds and doesn't fall through the cracks again. But, that has been a problem. I don't know if there's something we can do or not. If there is, we need to look at it definitely. I don't mean.
Well, the conversation we had, it just seemed preliminary, like it fit the program model that he was talking about, but I know they have a lot of checks and balances they need to look at on it.
There's right now, VDOT would look at it as just another private road, that if the county wanted to, VDOT to bring that into the secondary system for maintenance, we could do that. There's a means to do that. You can use some of your construction funds to bring it up to state standards. We just did one in Giles County. Then it would have to meet lots of conditions. I'm just talking about practically, that's the way you can do it. There are other considerations, how it was platted, the kind of site distance you have there. Some roads are eligible depending on how long they've been platted. Sometimes you have to look at the plat and it specifically says this will never be a VDOT road. I don't know if that's the case here or not. That's just one of the things we would have to look at.
Well, and also, it may have been built to standards when it's built, but does it meet today's standards?
Correct.
See,
Yes.
that's the other part.
Yeah. Yeah. And probably the biggest issue would be the site distance. In fact, I looked at that just here, about an hour ago. If you're coming out the road, when you're coming onto Flieger Hill and you look to the right, there's a little curve, and that's probably where the biggest site distance issue is. It didn't look so bad right now because there's no leaves, but in that curve, it's on private property. There's a fence line with growth in there. If that could be taken care of, that might solve the site distance problem. It might not, might not. I'm just throwing out some possibilities. There are ways to address site distance if that's a problem. I'm looking to the left. There is a kind of a hill, I don't know, I didn't get out and measure, so I don't know what the site distance would be coming up that hill. You also right now don't have a speed limit on Flieger Hill. It may not be appropriate for all of Flieger Hill, but maybe the part near 615 would be appropriate. That's, again, a whole nother question, but that affects your site distance regulations.
Yeah, that's, I know it's not in my district, but when we were bringing that conversation up, that's always struck me as, yeah, you said it right, it just fell through the cracks. But the folks that are homeowners seem like they deserve something.
particularly that one in Eagles Nest or Eagles View Drive out at the county line here are two absolute developments of the late 80s and early 90s that really should have, I don't know, we're dealing with their problems now, and I'd like to try to prevent those as we move forward.
Yeah, I'd agree. Those two are the top that stick out in my mind.
Yep. Well, there hasn't been very many
Right.
development.
Right.
The one over on Mount Elbert was done correctly, but it was done to VDOT standards.
Yeah. And that's all I've got.
Okay. Thank you for the signs. So, I went through that road, the meadows over, got so wet I didn't want to run in them with 2 rows of hay, so I went up that little section, and it was so steep and so many ditches. I don't know how in the world people can pull down in there and think they can bring a little car down or a delivery van, but I drove by them signs 2 days before I realized it was there.
Yeah, that's what happened. I've done the
Like I
same.
said, people don't read signs. But then I appreciate what you did on that little short section with the potholes and stuff. I was going to bring it up again because right after y'all did it, it was great, looked good. We had that washer, and so part of them came back, but they came back one day last week and worked them roads, and a lot of the roads in my district, and they put gravel and they redone them again. So still got a few small ones there, but on that note, no turnout, whatever that sign says, no outlet. At the very end of my road, I keep adding to it. Last few months, they brought timber up that old road, and from the end of the state maintenance down to the foot of the hill, probably less than a tenth of a mile. They built me a real good road down through there, So now people's don't think that they can go on through. My neighbors, me and the Goad family, we own both sides down to the county line. And then from county line on to Brandon, you can even tell there's been a road there if you go down Brandon. So they was wanting me to gate up at the top of the hill. Can I legally do that, being it's a state right away through there?
It depends on whether it was ever abandoned or discontinued. A discontinued road cannot be gated.
There is no way anybody
Yeah.
could ever get through there.
But
It can be gated, but it can't be locked.
Can't be locked.
Well, they just, what I want is just a gate there where it, maybe some of these drunks that keeps running into my daughter's trees there can see a gate and maybe stop. And so I was wondering about one of them signs, no outlet,
yeah, we
right
could do
there at
that.
the very end.
We could do that.
And I was gonna put a gate with reflectors on it. Hopefully, they see it coming,
Yeah.
But, there's a school bus turnaround there, and they still whip up my daughter's driveway and turn around and come back out. So, but other than that, I just wanted to thank you for the speedy resolution of my problems. But, my neighbors were really pleased that the signs are up.
Oh, good.
You
Hopefully it'll keep people getting stuck up
hopefully
there.
that'll save them some diesel pulling people out.
Yeah.
Good.
Just, and this was a continuation, you mentioned it a little bit. And I know, just to clarify what Mr. Price had told citizens, we do somewhat control the construction money.
Yeah.
But in reality, that new money, a lot of it, the new money gets eat up on current projects where prices is increased to a certain extent. But as far as maintenance, we don't control that funding. That, you explained a little bit there.
Yes.
Really, by adding a new project to the 6-year road plan, we've already went over whatever new money we've got most of the time.
Well, but there is construction money that can be used that would not affect us, depending on the size of the project.
Right.
Because most of the projects are unpaved roads, because that's where most of your money comes from.
Right.
But we reserve, you get what's called the telecommunication fee distribution. So the state collects fees for utilities to locate on the right of way. They take that money and they divide it strictly on a population basis, percent population of the state. So you get a certain amount of that. That can be used anywhere. But we use that for any kind of these other small things that wouldn't be maintenance. You know, a lot of things in town, because they're all paved roads. Anytime you've got something on a paved road that needs some kind of work that would be, new guardrail, that's got to come from construction. Things like that, we've set aside some money for that, and we've been setting aside some money for a rural addition like the one off Fleeger Hill would be. So far, the county's not chosen to do that, but you've got the funds there, which are construction funds, accumulating in case you would ever want
You know
to.
what that amount, could you check
I
that
don't have that,
amount and
yeah.
let them know?
Yeah. But anyway, there is, something added, depending on the size, would not necessarily affect the schedule for the next few unpaved roads, because Firehouse is fully funded right now. I don't know, the next one may be as well.
You've given a little more detail than I think Mr. Price did. That's
Mhm.
good. We just need, maybe in the future, if he's gonna explain something, he gives a little further explanation of what it is.
And what I would suggest, and we may go ahead and do this now, if we'd like to set the 6-year plan public hearing for February, it might be a little bit earlier than what we normally, but not that much. I usually start them in February somewhere. If we could do that in February, and then several years ago, we rode around and looked at a lot of the roads on this, either on the 6-year plan, the ones that you're thinking about putting on the 6-year plan. And even if it's not a 6-year plan project per se, if it's a project that you would want to use construction money just in the next calendar year, we would call that a budget item. It'd be part of your budget for that year, construction budget. We could look at some options for the upcoming year on quick little things that we could do with construction money.
Yep, did that when we first came on board. Thank you all for that. They took all of this. It helped me, especially understand what their needs are. I don't know
If you
if you
do-
want to do it that way, or years ago, we did it individually, which that was fine, but I kind of like the entire process, maybe over a 2-day period
Sure,
or something.
I'd be glad to do that.
Or-
I can do it on a
Yeah,
weekend. I
that
can
way every
do.
board member understands what the other board members need.
Yeah, so that way, if you have the public hearing, maybe look at some of the things that the people from the public come and ask for. And if we start early, start in February, do the ride through in March or so, that gives us plenty of time to look over, make the decision. By the time, June rolls around, you have to pass a resolution.
We'll
Sounds
put
good to
that on
me.
our Radar.
All right, I will
Yeah.
schedule that for the evening meeting in February then.
That's good.
Yep, and when we do the ads in the paper and all that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, I had to do a town council meeting on February 14th one time. He's not happy about that.
This is just for my edification, but work y'all doing on Little Mountain now, is that shoring up where it's pushing out in there the guardrails?
I think so, yeah. I know they had to do
Because I
some
know
remedial
say
work on
it's
that.
Pretty
Oh.
large stone in there this morning. When I come down, I thought, thank you, Facebook, because they had that mountain. I mean, it was great shape, so they went up through there and now it's washed out and you got the old problem again.
Sometimes I sneak a look at that page too.
Yeah. I mean, that guardrail, I just noticed it was just sinking down. It started off pretty high, and then next thing you know, it's down below my knees in places. I'm wondering if eventually you're gonna have to do like you did up in Carroll County right there at Camp, Gospel Light Camp, where they put them big
We
pipes
put
in
some
there,
soil nails in, yeah,
Yeah.
we might have to do that,
pump in cement or whatever.
yeah. Those are expensive,
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
yeah.
If nobody else got anything, thank you. Oh, she'd already, yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thank you. I'll stick around if you have any questions. I know Mr. Vincent.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
All righty, Mike. Sorry for the delay, but some of these board members got nuts.
It's fine. I understand. I've been to enough meetings to understand and appreciate all the good work you do. Well, thank you for letting me come today. I wanted to give you an update on the PSA and where we are. As you know, we've had a lot of activity the past 6 weeks, especially over on Oxford Street. And I understand that the ARPA funds are in, and I just wanted to kind of give you a snapshot of where we are financially and the projects that are still outstanding and what we've done with the previous money. So I did a simple kind of just capital analysis, talking about what money, cash we have in reserve money, so that you have a really good appreciation of where we are. And then, of course, some of the things that we're looking to do and need to look at doing in the future. So typically I'll just run through this. We keep a cash account, working cash account of about $150,000 to $200,000, and to pay the bills, and they vary appropriately. We do have reserve funds. In this case, we have 3 CDs and just a small cash savings account totaling about $330,000 that we've been trying to keep as kind of an emergency fund. And our auditor likes that. He likes to have a little bit of cash on hand, and specifically, when we get into things like Oxford Street, which I'll talk about in a minute, you can see why everything we do tends to get a little expensive. We do have some debt reserve CDs. These are to cover the debt that we have. Down on the liability side, you can see that we have about $3 million of debt that we're financing over about a 40-year period. So we continue to look for the best debt that we can, of course, when we do projects. And typically, with rural development funds or VDH funds, when we go in and ask for more loans from them, they will refinance existing loans we have and stretch them out to, kind of keep us on a long-term loan thing to help keep the payments down overall, as far as to help us, with our cash flow, because they understand where small systems are. And, small systems like ours, they're never going to be profitable. You just try to run them as best you can and manage the money that you can. There's been several studies by a lot of people, and it's just it's a tough road all the way. The rest of the assets that we have, of course, is the remaining amount of funds from the first round of the ARPA funds. We have $520,000 left of that. We did, extensive lining on the east side of town, which I feel really good about. And we've kind of secured Main Street and all the way up to the schools and down to the main pump station. And we're seeing the results of that have been very positive. We get feedback on, how long the pumps run when we have rain events and stuff, and they're down significantly from where they were before. So all the work that we've done to date has gone to not only decreasing the risk at that pump station, but also ensuring the longevity of the lines in that area. So we feel, a whole lot better about that. So as far as liabilities, like I said, we've got about $3 million that we're currently financing on the debt side. The emergency repairs, Oxford Street, it was a classic example of what we've run into, and that's why I wanted to spend a little time on it. It started out as an exploratory hole right across from Gardner's funeral home, and before we knew it, we were replacing 450 feet of sewer line. That is, again, some of the older concrete pipe that I've been telling you about. That is, about 20 years past its lifespan now, and it was literally crumbling. So not only did we see Facebook, which had drilled twice right through the center of the pipe, which we have pictures, but we also found two other sections of where the pipe had literally collapsed. And so sooner or later, it was going to be a real problem. And so we decided to take it down to the manhole, kind of redo that whole section so that we would never have a problem. Also fix the laterals, recognizing that, and hoping that VDOT would come through and fix the road at some point, which I understand is on the list, and I think everybody will be grateful for, but especially since we literally tore it up. All you have to do is drive over it, but we didn't have a choice. It was really one of the worst situations that we've had in a long time. But we got it all fixed now. Our contractors did a great job. They worked, weekends and late nights several times trying to get things going. We're sorry it took so long, but it's just one of those things. We were lucky in that we could close off the road, because we couldn't have really done it with flaggers, and it would have been a mess every day trying to flag it. And the expense of doing flagging, as we all know, is very high. So the remaining capital projects, we have the ones that we previously submitted to you are still on the list. The well 6 filter still needs to be done. We have, $520,000 of the original money. It's projected that it's going to cost us at least $550,000, and that's our highest producing well. We're using it about 10% of the time now because it still has sulfur infiltration, manganese, and some iron in it. And so we run it at night mostly when it can mix with the rest of the system and it won't get noticed. But if there was ever to be a large user where we need, the capacity of that well on a larger basis, we really need to get that filter done on that pump so that we have clean water going to everybody. And it's still potable water, per standards, and we test, every day. But, nobody likes sulfur smelling water and those kind of issues that other localities. So some of these projects, are still high on the list of things that we need to get done. And I also put in there the sewer lining for the rest of Oxford Street, because if they're going to pave that, we put a camera down it when we did fix the upper section, but we ran a camera all the way down to Farm Bureau from Tice Street, the manhole there. And we found a couple cracks in the pipe there as well, and we had one point repair that we had to do. Luckily, the pipe is not that deep in the ground, but we would like to line that as well before VDOT gets in there and runs, and fixes the whole road, because I'd hate to have to come back next year and dig it up to do some point repairs. And we see that pipe is very brittle and does have some cracks in it already. So again, a lining of that is going to be about $60,000, and nothing is cheap anymore. It's just unbelievable. So anyway, like I said, I know you're looking at the round 2 ARPA money. I know you've got, a bunch of priorities. I just wanted to bring you up to date on where we were. We recognize, where you're at and all the other requirements. I just didn't want you to forget about us. So we can still spend all the money we can get, believe me. So anyway. Sure.
On the well 6 green sand filter.
Yeah.
For these 3 issues, the sulfur, iron, and manganese.
Yeah.
Have you looked at other filter options? I know that I've had a lot of experience running a green sand filter.
Yeah.
And I would like to see if there's other options,
Okay.
because green sand is horribly expensive to run. The backwater, the backwash is going to make a huge impact on the wastewater system.
Yep.
And green sand takes such a high level of license to run that I would really like to explore other options, because my experience with green sand is very negative.
Okay, all right. This was, designed by Hurt and Profit.
Right.
And, but yeah, I'd be happy to.
I know it's an
revisit it.
engineer's favorite, but for an operator standpoint, it's unpleasant.
Yeah. Okay, all right. That's great
Yeah,
input.
it
Good.
it also uses a lot of chemicals that are very, very hard to dispose of.
Yeah.
So,
And there is, right, because we have to run a line from there actually down to our pump station.
Right.
For the disposal.
right, and then how does that impact, the downstream effects?
Yeah.
Besides the potable water, the backwash, and how that'll affect the sewage treatment, and it's a lot of wastewater
Yep.
to run the potable water.
Yes, good questions. All right, yeah, I'd be happy to look at that.
Thank you. I mean, I just see 3 specific contaminants and possibly 3 different systems to pull each one of those off, rather than
Yeah.
just the green sand.
To get them all.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
good point.
Yeah.
That's great. All right,
Thank you.
yeah, I'll talk with H&P. They're coming tomorrow, in fact, so. Thank you.
Just, what did that back street project end up costing?
Over here on Oxford, it's gonna it'll be between $110,000 and $120,000.
I think we all realize just how important maybe we take that road for granted.
Yeah, good point.
That was a challenging couple of weeks with the stoplight in the road there.
Yes.
I will say some of the people that lived on the road enjoyed the time.
Yeah. Thank you for all your work, Mike.
Yeah, sure,
You know,
no problem.
I don't know that much about the PSA and their piping and all that stuff, but I think I made this comment before. The founding fathers or whoever that started this town, they used what they had
Yeah,
at the time.
Yeah.
But to build a town on old black pipe that, now they don't know about, but we're paying for their mistake.
yeah. And we have like 5 different types of pipe throughout
Right,
our
yeah,
system.
and,
So-
it's like most of them, when they run out of one thing, they put something else, and they put metal with concrete, and, that old black pipe just, it just rots over time.
Well, we actually, over here on Naira, we had to tap into the water line over there, and we found white Schedule 40 6-inch water line going down Naira that you buy at Home Depot, and
Right.
we're like, who put this in, Because that's not really good for burial and for,
Summer
Yeah,
after I got out of high school, I
long term.
worked for D.W. Allen and Son Plumbing, Heating in Hillsville for a while, and we put in a lot of that black pipe in factories and stuff, and we had to be careful because that stuff would break. Us trying to get it in.
Yeah.
And have to go back and check, make sure we hadn't cracked it or stuff like that. So I can imagine what it's like in our.
well, the new plastic pipe is great to work with. Unfortunately, you got to dig everything up to do it, it's just,
Thank God somebody invented that liner.
yeah, I know. The lining
Yeah.
has worked out well
Yeah.
for us, very well, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of that.
If I can, David, this draws back into you, as a board, we have agreed that we're gonna raise all our valves and manholes as needed. We just need the contractors to notify us when they're gonna be paving in the areas where we have that. I know we've discussed it before, but it's not happening, but there's one at the stoplight that's very deep in the ground that's gonna eventually, sometime gonna have to be dug out and raised up, but, if there's any way we can get those contractors on board and with notifying the utilities, then we can prepare and we don't, because there's we spend thousands of dollars going out there. First of all, with the metal detector, finding it, then cutting it out, then replacing it, and if we could just work it out to where we're working together, I think it'd be better for all the way around. I know it would dollar wise for our little organization, but
Yeah. Well, if we're working in the area and we've already got the street dug up for line replacement or something, it's actually not that expensive for us to do it.
Right.
As long as we can, cordon off the area from traffic while the concrete cures, because it's going to take at least a day or two for that to cure to the point where you can let traffic go by. And that's
quite a few
one
of
the
ours
issues.
are not manholes, they're brick.
Yes.
That's what he's referring to. That's what we had to do
Yeah.
there in Oxford. It was brick, so they had to dig out, make a
Yeah.
concrete pad there for the manhole cover to fit in. It's not like the preformed ones. Those are not a problem, but
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jerry. And ones on Main Street especially, we've had to cover them actually with asphalt again because we can't afford to raise them yet and close down the street in order to, bring in the crew and do the concrete thing and have it closed for a couple of days is really a difficult operation. So,
they're in there, and especially if they're chewing up the asphalt, during that process gives us a little longer time, we might be able to
yeah,
get
Yeah.
in there.
that's exactly right. So, good deal. Well, we appreciate any help you could offer. It would be great. And if you have any questions, Linda knows where to find me. Thank you all. Have a great
Thank you,
Christmas.
Mike. Merry Christmas.
All righty, next is our public comment, right? So, I'll read my little spiel here. So, it is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. And if you're here for public comment, limit your comments to 4 minutes and state your name and the district you're from. So, Mr. Best. Yes.
Over the last few months, I think I've said about all I need to say. First of all, last month I gave you a package of facts, studies, pictures, everything that I hope the board's had a chance to look at that. I want to thank Levi and Mr. Clark for taking their time to go and look at the situation that we have. I think the main thing that was a big question when I was here before was y'all didn't know where the money was to do this. And so I think Mr. Clark and Mr. Price have that information for you. I didn't hear him say exactly that, but have y'all discussed that? I guess probably. Is that correct or not? Or do I need to get that information for the board? If so, then someone needs to let me know. But there is money because you guys told me last time that I needed to bring Mr. Price and Mr. Clark to the meeting to explain that. And so that's been done. They did the studies for us. We had some pretty astonishing numbers, I think, with those. A lot of truck traffic that we've talked about, and all that's in the information I give you last month. So I don't need to go through all that again. But what I'm hoping is that the board's reviewed this and they have a better understanding of our problems, just not only the problems, but now that you have a pretty good idea where the money is to fix our problem. We've had this problem for years. We should have been here 10 years ago, but it's time. Something has to be done about it because of and in fact, I heard a story the other day about a teenager. We got 3 of them, I believe, on our street that's just now starting to drive. Met one of those trucks in the middle of the road because the roads broke off on the edge and the trucks is what's done that.
I'm sure. But in order to stay in the road, they can't get over out of the way. I've had to pull over and let's let them pass. So that's the majority of the problem, I think, has caused a lot of the problem and will continue to cause a lot of the problem. So, I mean, I would hope that since the hard work of the VDOT office, and everything that we've done here is pretty much self-explanatory. I mean, it's up to the board to let them use that money to fix the road. And if we don't, then I'm just gonna be here forever and we're gonna have to, he's gonna have to repair it either way. And so there's a lot of places, or one place in particular that I'm sure y'all seen that's really bad. It will probably have to be torn up and some aggregate or something put back down to build it back up, but it's just not gonna support these trucks. 80,000 pounds, that's the limit on the interstate, right? Yeah, 80,000. Well, I'm not sure that all of them are totally, completely loaded, but sometimes they are. And we did the studies in October when the traffic had actually died down, because the summer months when the growing season's going, that's when the majority of the trucks and the traffic go to and from the organic to get their organic stuff at Savage Prime. So it's a lot of issues, and I hope that we can, I think I can tell you exactly how to explain it, Mr. Clark can, or Mr. Price, either one. Appreciate you calling him, by the way, and talking to him to get this going. And so, anyway, I think I'll just hush up and tell you that I think that we've done everything that we need to do, and now it's up to the board to let us use the money to fix our road. Thank you.
This is the only one we had.
Yeah, and if I might, since I don't believe Mr. Vest mentioned his name when he stood up for the record, this was, all right. So Mr. Gerald Vest from Locust Grove. Thank you.
We just need that so to record what they can. So. And so if that required a public comment period closed. Oh,
No, you're good. I'm good.
okay. All right.
Board-
We're done. So
All right.
I'm wondering if anybody wants to take a 5-minute break.
Can I do board time real quick? Or do you want to wait?
Yeah.
'Cause I'd like to answer too. Just for some clarification from my understanding from what Mr. Clark presented, the specific monies that the board can control or influence are for our 6-year road plan, which is construction. Otherwise, maintenance all is VDOT prioritization. So it's not for the board to prioritize maintenance. We can voice our concerns, but VDOT does maintenance prioritization. Is that correct? Okay. One pot, right. Right. Right.
I can't hear David.
Just explaining VDOT's role, both at the residency office and my office, and the area headquarters offices in Check and Willis, on how VDOT uses the maintenance funds we get to prioritize, and it is VDOT's prerogative to do that, but that's one reason I come here every month is to get input from the board members and what board members are hearing from people. We also get work order calls that we respond to. So there's lots of things that go into, we don't make our choices on maintenance in a vacuum. We get calls at our office, we get calls at the call center. We get, whatever, all the stuff that you're hearing, we hear as well from different sources, and we balance those with our superintendents who ride their roads regularly on deciding how maintenance funds get spent. Construction funds are different. That's programmed either if there are major projects through the 6-year plan, and done through board. And that part is, is by law. It says that we will have a public hearing every year, and develop a construction budget, and 6-year spending plan, in conjunction with the board.
Thank you for
Mm-hmm.
the clarification.
Hold on, just real quick. Thing that came up, and I know, I don't remember when Jerry's Lane was first paved. Have you been able to look up, see if it was done under the Rural Rustic program or under the 6-year?
I don't have that. We did look it up. Yes.
All right, have you looked yet to see which plan it was done under, because there are different rules that follow. See, under the Rural Rustic, I don't know if it carries through to today, but at the time, it's done in place within the existing right of way, and it's graded, stabilized, paved, ditched, and then that's it. It's maintained. But as far as any expansion, any change or anything else, that was knocked out under the old Rural Rustic program. In other words, you couldn't go in and make it wider or expand the right of ways or anything like that. Do you know what that road was done under?
I don't know what it was done under. Those
And
Those aren't specifically spelled out that way, but in practicality, that is what is, would be, because you just don't have the funds to upgrade an already paved road. So once it's paved, you're basically under maintenance unless you have a maintenance concern that is so, that would be beyond what you would want to use your maintenance budget for.
In other words, you had a safety problem occur or
Right.
something like that.
Yeah.
But on this road, it seems to me one of the biggest problems is the width of the road versus tractor trailer traffic and other traffic. To expand any width of the road, that would have to be under a major construction.
If it were to go outside the right of way or outside of what we'd, if it would encroach on a ditch line, if we would have to move a ditch to accommodate a road, then yeah.
Things. Number one, Cherry Lane was built before Seven Springs. I mean, Cherry Lane's pavement was when Seven Springs was in its absolute infancy. And the only thing going in and out of there were pickup trucks. I believe now that, and I think Mr. Vest has clearly stated that there may indeed be some safety issues that go above and beyond just your standard maintenance. And I mean, I think that I know for a fact that tractor trailers are not going to decrease at Seven Springs. That their company is growing, and it's a testament to the entrepreneurship that we talk about in our county. The employees that are working there are making a good wage, a new CEO. I mean, there's just a lot of growth there, and it's been great, and it's withstood the pandemic. But coming back to the fact that that road right now is receiving a greater amount of trucks, and I agree, doing the study in October really truly does not represent what happens from April to July. I mean, I can't see us taking away all other maintenance money within our county, but David, maybe you and Chris and whoever else could possibly think out of the box from an emergency point of view, because I think that may end up being what ends up happening with this road. And I know it's in Levi's district, but it's right on the line, and it's just an important discussion to have from the safety of our citizens.
Those are all very good reasons to take a look at the road and for the board to consider the use of construction funds. Those all sound like legitimate uses or reasons to use construction funds on Jerry Lane. But as you all know, you get requests from all over the county. It's just a balancing act. And however the board comes down and asks VDOT to use those funds, we will do so.
think the plan in February would be good if we ride around it.
Yeah,
Everybody puts into the pot what they think construction needs to be done with roads. And then we'll hash it out.
There you go.
And may the best man or woman.
Yes. So,
You got that in at the
Right.
last,
That's it.
didn't you?
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Since we're on board time, right quick, go ahead.
I have one more thing. While I'm on the roll. We all received the email yesterday, I guess, concerning the dumpster sites. And I thought we had discussed this several times. Either when the drivers are driving around, they need to review these sites and report them back. If they're not doing that, we need to get them into doing that. If they're being reported back, then whoever there's receiving the reports needs to schedule something to be done. It shouldn't be something that we just react to citizens or this board has to do on a regular basis. I think that's something that internally with the guys up there, they could take care of. And I don't mean that ugly, but it's just seems like the only time we get something done is either when we mention it or somebody's raising Cain. If we could, and I know Mark's out, but maybe get some kind of schedule thing or a logbook or something. And we know we don't have the best situation, but it's what we've got and we need to maintain it and take care of it. Especially, some of these main ones on 221 and Route 8. I'm all the time fussing at them about the condition of the shoulders and the guardrails and stuff. And then you pull up to the dumpster site, which you can only make so good, but at least we should be able to keep a bit of gravel down.
Well, I noticed up there at, Buffalo Mountain Road, when they paved, they left, they brought in some of this millings when they scraped the road and they built it. I mean, it's really nice turning in and out. Once you get in there, you got humps and, cause them trucks are so heavy,
Well,
they
maybe
just,
some of the high traffic areas, maybe we could look into that. Yeah, and I know, and I appreciate it. I know staff is always looking at it that, we're spending money and spending money. I don't think there's anyone here at this table that doesn't realize we're not gonna make a profit off the trash in this county. And to be honest, I'll break out champagne if we ever break even. But it's a service that people have come to want. They like it the way it is. We just need to make it as accessible as possible and keep the sites up as best we can without it being a reaction to complaints. And it looked like, the fellows are at these sites, most of them every day, especially the main ones. And and I know they're busy. I know they've got a lot to do, but if I take one day a week and just start hitting sites or something, but it shouldn't have to be a reactionary situation. Or I don't think that's just my.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I appreciate all the work they do.
Oh, I do too.
They do a great job, but they're visiting the sites all the time. So if they could report that. And then Mark or whoever can make that decision, if it needs to be. Attention given to it.
Proactive.
Right.
Yeah, instead of reactive maintenance, really, on that part. Now, we never know what a bear is gonna do. We never know what somebody's gonna set down out there, but as far as the condition of the lots, we should be able to keep them a little better.
I seen one of the drivers down at the Locust Grove Fire Department at 11:30 at night. So appreciate the work they do, but
is Buffalo Mountain the only place they got a row off? I know that thing has worked fantastic. I mean, they've done emptied it 3 times and it's out, now it's clean around the green boxes. I don't have refrigerators and stoves and chairs and, well, we did have one fruit cake at throw the recliner in the green box. When you can back right up to that row off and you're same level and all you have to do is tip it in there. And I noticed that somebody dismantled a baby bed. It was nice looking baby bed, but leaned it up against the green box. Other than that, it's clean around there now. You know, we don't have so much clutter other than the dips and like I say, them trucks are so heavy. It's hard to get away from that part. And so,
My one concern with the roll off there in Buffalo Mountain is illegal dumping by contractors and such. So if we could try to, wherever we do land the roll offs, to make sure we have some cameras for enforcement,
yeah, my wife
even
had
just temporary. But
a refrigerator coming from Doug'sburg the other
Right,
day, because she was
right.
on the way home, so she knew where it was going.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, right there on the county line, we got a big problem with that. You know, the green
Yeah.
box. While we're on board time, I talked to Kevin, run it by Jerry. I think I've mentioned it to y'all on our equipment committee. I like to be inclusive on everybody, you know, and the way it's set up right now, there's two of us supervisors get to see all the equipment, and then we gotta try to explain it to the rest of them. So I thought we could restructure that thing so that, like, we could start off with Indian Valley or Locust Grove, whichever one you want to do. Like when we was in Indian Valley, it would be me and you would go to the firehouse with the committee. That's why you can see, that's why you can see your fire trucks, and if the rescue let us look at their ambulances and stuff, you know, and, then when we get to Willis, me and Jerry, and, then when we move on to Floyd, we go at Jerry and Linda. Then she don't have a fire truck, we'll let her share Jerry's, you know, so, but anyway, let her and Jerry handle that. And then Jerry and Levi could take care of Locust Grove. And that's why everybody, when we talk about a fire truck, would know, and everybody gets to play.
that's very
Spread the fun. So, you know, so
He has good ideas every once in a while, but
I have my moments. So, but like I say, I like everybody to be involved. You know, it just, I don't like a one-man board or a two-man board. There's five of us, and so like I said, when I got to be chairman, I figured these five chairmen sitting up here, you know, I'm just the one that do lightning rod, I reckon.
you just want everybody toast.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. But, and I had something else, but I can't remember what it was. I had a senior moment, so it'll roll around again after a while. Anybody else got anything for the board time?
If we might, I think we also, when you finish, we also have the one other item, so. Thank you. Sorry, just kind
Oh, the dumpsters is what I was gonna bring up, so Jerry hit my point.
Well, and if I might, she was gonna go get her. And if I might, that one there at Franklin Pike in particular is very challenging because it's always so wet. I mean, to the point, not necessarily right there, but we had a meeting recently with the Corps of Engineers to go out and look at some of that other space down there because that's a potential site for hazard mitigation down there. Because of it, that whole area is so wet. You know, there's been flooding at the nursing home before and some of those things, but that doesn't make it any less a problem. But I just, on that one in particular, that is my green box. So I got mud on my shoes right now from there. So I understand.
So you know firsthand.
I do.
I used to get a lot of calls. I used to get a lot of calls on the one that slaughters because when they have a big rain, you got a big fish pond there that they gotta walk through to, you know. If they could build that up, that'd be a good place to put some of that mill and set the boxes on.
Is that still?
Yeah. Well, I was wondering, yeah,
But it scales it.
yeah, I was wondering if he would,
selling it.
was Right. selling
it.
if we could, you know, if,
I think $200 a truck is.
right, yeah. Yeah. Do it.
They're selling millions.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I bought 3 loads, but I didn't give but $120-some a load. Yeah,
Maybe that's what it costs.
yeah.
And some of these most of these high traffic ones, maybe that's something to look at. You may have to build it up a little first and then put the millings in, like you said, you don't wanna make a fishbowl.
But I tell you what, like my driveway, every time we got a half-inch of rain, I was having to scrape it and put it back in, because it's a steep, but I put a load of them millings on there, and we've had a couple of rains, it was like 2 inches or 2.5 inches, and I don't have to scrape it. I'm not
Thought
helping
you got
VDOT out
asphalt
now,
driveway
so
now, don't
there you go. And, but, even if they build it up, set the boxes on, maybe that would, yeah, because when them trucks pull in there,
There's divots from such deep
trucks.
divots from the trucks, those boxes just keep moving back. Well, no, that's post office, yeah, but Indian Valley down by White Rock.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you all want me to mention this now or in my report later, but there are some regulatory changes that potentially impact our green boxes forthcoming. So one of my recommendations in my report will be this spring, as Mr. Booth has asked for other reasons, we probably need to look at our solid waste ordinance. There's something called Amendment 9 related to regulations. It's waiting for governor's signature. And it includes some provisions about what essentially would impact our green boxes that specifically speak to not making them available to vectors. I had to look up what a vector is, and a vector includes bears, insects, rats, any of that. So that's potentially a challenge for us. And then there's also an item in there that's related to no longer being able to burn anything except for a more limited list of household waste in your barrel in your yard. So, and both of those are supposed to be enforced by the local government.
This will be fun.
This is already passed the General Assemblies and waiting on the governor's signature.
This is a regulatory change from the agency. I was, the folks at Draper Aiden were the ones that reached out to me and said, we feel like you need to know. Yes. So
And,
now I won't have to tell you the bad news at the end of the day. So thank you.
I know it's an impossible dream, but I am so tired of all these people that sits up there that's never been out in the country, never dealt with farming or rural boxes and stuff like that, making all these rules for us to, follow. What works in the city don't work here. Everybody knows that. But who am I?
Or it costs 3 times to make it.
Right, yeah. We can take a quick break till she gets back in, and then we can go from there. Because I feel like everybody been sitting up here all morning. Yep. My knee.
I don't know if I can stand up or not.
I'm like Linda, my knee, it didn't bother me for a week and a half, and then yesterday it started. All righty, we will continue on with an emergency management road name. That's in my district, and I'm wondering if that's the one that Bob Sires we have done at the Hall store. They didn't send no picture of it, did they?
It's in the picture.
Yeah, there's a map in it somewhere, I think.
Correspondence.
Okay, I overlooked that, I guess.
You know, back in the day when we started naming roads, the rules were that it had to have 3 residents, because then everybody's gonna start naming, you know, their driveways, and that was gonna become an issue, as I recall, because I had asked, you know, could we name, you know, the driveway like Christmas Tree Lane or Maple Spring, whatever. And I was told that no, because it's gotta be 3 and we don't want every single,
Oh, okay.
driveway named. Have we asked Kevin about this?
Well,
I mean, I'm about, you know, I'm rules are rules and they're there for some reason sometimes, not that we can't change them, but.
Well, it's also when they first come up with that, they wasn't supposed to be able to use people's names, but we've got a lot of roads that's named with people. So,
well, and also,
Yeah.
when those rules were came up with,
Yeah.
they were established when the county was purchasing all the signs. Now, you see, and that's why we had that at that time to limited to 3. Then after the initial thing, it probably didn't get changed in the wording of the regulations, but basically after that, if you know, if the individual's willing to pay for the cost of putting the signs up, then it was allowed. Like I said, I don't know that it got into the actual wording of the rules that way, but that was kind of the way it was set up. And Kevin's in here, he can explain it better than I can probably, but in the original, you're right, and that was when the county was paying for all of the signage.
Yes.
You know, we had said it would be really cool. You know, Christmas Tree Lane or something like that for
Right.
business, which I guess is why this gentleman wants to name it this way.
Yes, they
or
have.
whatever it is.
They have big tournaments at this facility or address, and he has a lot of people that can't find it. A lot of people from out of town coming in, and he is going to pay the cost for the signage. And you know, I've been a little bit more flexible about naming roads because especially a place that's going to be chopped up where multiple houses are going in. It's just a burden on the people that build in these places and then have to turn around in 2 years, change their address. So if there's a potential sign that a lot of places are going to be on a shared drive, we try to get ahead of it and go ahead and name it, if that makes sense. Because it's a pain to change your address. Trust me, I hear it every time we force somebody to.
this is on down past where Bob Sires lives.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. That's it.
Because I was asking
Well, there's,
Dr. Millsap and Kim the other day, would they come up with disc golf lane? So now I know. Glad you edified that for us.
Okay. yeah, evidently there's people all over the country coming into this.
Yeah, I seen,
Place.
Citizens TV had a little snippet about it. I was flipping through the channels and saw it too.
This and pickleball seems to be the two.
Pickleball's popular. Yeah.
We got to get Jacob to not forget about it.
Well, regardless of how many houses are on the street, I can tell you one thing, that several of us can speak to this. If you respond to emergency, instead of looking for such and such house number amongst a large street, it is a heck of a lot easier just to say disc golf lane. And you know where you're going.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
being that they're having so much public
Yeah.
on site.
I forgot how many holes it is at Chantilly, but I think this one has 100 some holes. So it's pretty big, yes. Yeah, I have,
And that's something that she made a good point by questioning that. Maybe that's what we need to look at, that ordinance or the rules and guidelines governing that, make some adjustments so that you don't have to be in the position you're in.
anything that makes life easier, I'm all for
Yeah.
it. Is that it?
Thank
Well,
you.
Dave, yeah,
And I think it costs something like $1,000. I think it's around $1,000 to name a driveway. Somebody has to come up with the money.
There's one thing about it, if he's willing to pay that much, he wants it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the sign, the post, and installation
Right.
costs. You know, it's the whole thing. It's not just that little green sign.
Yep. Well, carry on the good work you fine ladies and gentlemen do. You need me, I'll be in my office.
For another 2 minutes, then you're going to lunch. Oh, you already did, okay.
Being that's my district, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we accept it.
Second.
All right, if there are no more questions, on the motion to approve the Department of Emergency Management, the request received by the Department of Emergency Management to name a private drive where there are not 3 or more address structures. The tax map number for this property is 71-152. The driveway is off Hall Store Road, Southwest Willis, Virginia. The name requested by the property owner is Disc Golf Lane. Mr. Turman,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
yes,
okay, and Mr. Cox.
Yes.
All right, that is approved. Thank you.
That dude has got an ideal location. Right there off the Parkway, rural. A lot of foresight.
Well, there's several of them in the county.
I didn't even know nothing
Smaller,
about it.
but
Yeah.
they're
Okay.
What would
Mr.
they
Chairman.
think of next?
Yeah, and on the next item, 13B, the legislative agenda discussion. I wasn't sure exactly how you wanted to handle that. Of course, you have your previous legislative agenda that I sent to you all in the email, and then I also forward to you the VACO draft legislative agenda. We could probably, do we need to put that in the folder? It's in there. I think it was.
They would have seen it.
It's fine. Yeah, yeah. So, and as in looking over kind of the calendar a little bit, I would note that of course, the 2023 session starts January 8th. So depending when you have your organizational meeting, if you have it during that first week of January, we could potentially, we could make changes to your legislative agenda and then see if we could get the delegation here that night or that day, if there's a particular way you'd like to do that. Okay.
We've been harping on that one for,
I just want to make, I just want to make a note that we need to make sure that when we finish this up, that those dates at the top get changed. Please,
Okay. Yes.
you know, yeah. And I appreciated your thoughts on doing a one-pager, but my gosh. I mean, you know, I've tried to look at this with a keen eye to a one-pager, and I just don't know type do that. But you make one pages for everything. I
Maybe.
don't know.
And I don't know, if I might, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to potentially start with your existing one, and then we could kind of go section by section and make sure everybody wants to keep all of those, add any, say which, if there's one that's particularly important, potentially more important than the others, we could, I'll put a little star next to them. So if somebody does ask, what are your top 5, top 10, whatever, we would have a shorter list, but to Ms. Cookenbook's point, there are so many things that are covered.
It's important what we have there. There is no doubt on that.
Where's the tree?
So we stop with the finance first. Down through.
That would make it easy for us for keeping up with you, if you'd be so kind.
First line, equal taxation to cigarette tax part, because we've already been granted that authority.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
Yeah, they didn't change that where the counties can do it too, right? Because that's the reason we
well,
got it.
now that's in without a requirement.
Right.
As far as I know, if we do it with, if we propose it and do a public hearing, may have to re-verify with Steve, but I think now the way they got it worded, all we have to do is a public hearing. It doesn't have to be on the referendum.
Right.
So that whole first one may need to be taken out. Other than say we want to be granted the same taxing authorities as cities and towns,
Period.
period.
And the funding of state mandated positions, I think.
I believe that should be first under finance.
Yep. That's where they kill us.
And then the regional jails under that. So state mandated positions, number 2, regional jails.
Under that regional jail one, that increased jail per diem, that's what the state's paying the jail, or, okay? Because the way I read it, that would give them the authority to raise our per diem. Yeah. But see, they've been, I think $12 is all they've been paying for years and years. And I think they should be paying a lot more than that for their.
So if I might, maybe we should rewrite that one to be a little bit more clear. So increase the per diem paid to regional jails.
Right, there you go. Because we live off our per diem, and, we always pay them with that in ourselves, and I don't want them to come in and say, well, let's increase it, and then them not pay no more than what they paying.
So right now, in that section, I have modifying the language under equal taxation to just stop after that, the same authority that cities and towns enjoy. This is maybe the word. And then, state mandated position, the languages stay the same. Regional jails, will currently in the future increase the per diem paid to regional jails in order to fully fund local and regional jails, or maybe take that. And then the order would be state mandated position number 1, regional jails 2, equal taxation 3. And I don't know, you all haven't said anything about Medicaid expansion.
Probably just stay where it's at, I guess.
Okay,
Oh,
okay. Okay, if everybody's good with that, then economic development / planning.
maybe we can get these down to one sentences.
Be hard on some of them, but I agree with that.
I mean, the company knows what their programs are. I don't know, just, that first one is a little wordy.
Perhaps,
But important.
yeah, perhaps you could just leave it at the first sentence and not list particular programs, because each administration tends to modify things a little bit.
Right.
If that's-
We could do.
Maybe take that over the mill, but then also just add in at the end of the sentence that you're talking about, and operations of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership.
Okay,
That would give us a
Really
bigger,
important.
bigger umbrella. Yeah, that's way, if we have something else, it's already covered without.
so then, Mr. Chair, if I might, the first bullet there would just read, Floyd County supports continued federal and state funding and technical assistance for infrastructure investments and economic development programs as an effective means for enhancing business development in the Commonwealth, and then also adding language about in supporting the operations of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership.
Good.
Okay?
Yes.
And then the rest of it goes away.
That second one there, you know, yeah, I can understand, getting more access for trucks, be, but then we got people that's jumping up and down over the truck traffic coming through the stoplight.
Well, if you put that roundabout in, I keep talking about, you don't have the truck traffic at the
Correct.
stoplight.
Right,
We could
Curry
take out
wanted
the
that
courthouse
bypass.
and use that as the land, real estate for the roundabout.
That's what Curry wanted. Curry fought for a bypass.
Not as long as I.
It's a death.
Well, I can tell you what that's talking about, the going through the existing industrial park and cutting through the legacy lot and then coming out in front of the commerce park. That's what that's specifically referencing. Now, at that time, we was talking about going all the way through and coming out at Pleasure Hill, but that's no longer an option, so. But that could also, talking about accessing the Commerce Park, that could also be in reference to 615 without referencing 615 from 221. So it still applies.
You're turning off Route 8 coming up the hill, that needs to be widened there somehow or another,
Yeah. It's almost like that is a transportation issue as much as it is an economic development issue.
Well, I think it needs to
I mean,
be,
I get
it needs to be in both places.
yeah, it really does.
from 221 all the way.
It really does.
And especially that second sentence, because if we're talking about the new designation for Route 8 and 221, that ties in to both those, that statement.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it almost is, improved access is also requested for both Interstates 81 and 77 by stipulating what we did in the transportation. It's almost like, I mean, with designating 221 and 8, roads of importance, that ultimately will, we improve access. I don't know, it's kind of like I mean, I don't know, I guess it can stay as it is, but I agree with you, it's almost an outdated, the way it's worded. It's almost outdated in that we almost should be more specific without being more specific. I don't know.
Well, basically, what that last sentence is it says is, uh, you know, we're looking for improvements from access from both interstates. So that's 221 Route 8 without saying 221 Route 8.
Just, if I might, based on some of the, I guess scuttlebutt would be the right word, things that I hear from folks, you may want to make it mention by way of 221 and 8, because I keep hearing some folks that live off of the other ways that people have been taking to cut through from Hillsville up to Blacksburg, by way of Indian Valley. And that's not, those roads are definitely much less designed for that than 221 and 8, even at the current state.
Ever getting complaints about Elm Ridge Road. Wanting the big trucks off, big trucks off. I keep saying it.
GPS is not a friend to Floyd County roads.
Right.
There's too many people stake their life on that GPS. Yeah. I mean, some of the roads that they think GPS is right, they're going to make it down that road because GPS says so. And they don't believe their eyes when they see.
If you're on 40 in Franklin County, you do not want to follow GPS.
So,
Let me tell you, has gotten increased truck traffic, and, 750 meeting a truck is one thing, but you meet a truck on 615 just past Bluebird and before you get to the bridge, it's a frightening experience.
Actually, VDOT
You
needs
meet
to
an 18-wheeler,
put another one of their signs up at Duxbury Deli Mart. Because the only one they got
Wow.
is down on 221. And so a lot of them coming from Hillsville cuts out Indian Valley Post Office. And so they really need one of them signs up there.
yeah, you're right.
To get on it, they ain't getting off of it.
so,
But
So-
it's gates open and
They going down by Vaughn's Mill down North Hill and then back up that up.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, so we made some changes to the first bullet under economic development, then truck access. If you'd like, I can add something around the way of, by way of 221 and 8, something like that. And then, did you all have any changes to affordable and workforce housing?
They-
I would drop the last line.
Okay. About the workforce housing? It's not quite as in vogue as it used to be. Okay.
What, employees such as teachers and first responders?
Specifically, I think right now we use housing needs to be, affordable housing needs to be available across the board, not just.
Discriminate.
Fair.
Preference.
Okay, so I can put a period there where it just says assist localities in fostering affordable housing, period.
That's what
Okay, and would you like those three in the same order? That'd be fine? And is there anything else you want to add? I'm not saying you need to, but just trying to get us going, because we got a lot. And lunch is here, so I'm trying to go in. Is that it? Okay, unless you have something else, and Mr. Chairman, I think the next one is education. Obviously, you have several things here.
For education funding, I don't know if that last sentence is really necessary. Yeah, the expected level of state support should not.
That's put in there based on previous things where they've sent money for a new program.
And taking it out of something
And they've
else.
taken it out of something else and then left it up to the local government to
Right.
recover.
But if we're asking for them to pay for all the required stuff that. I'm just trying to shorten
I
it up.
understand. No, I don't have a problem with you, but just keep in mind they do that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And you know, I don't see how they're paying for it when they turn right around and take it out of our money.
Right.
It just makes them look good.
Okay, so if it's all right, I'll take that last sentence out under education funding.
I think that number 2 should just stay like it is.
Yes.
And Mr. Booth, you might know more about this.
Hold on a second, hon.
No, well, and I was just saying, I don't know as much about that number 3, so I was gonna ask you all to share your expertise, because I don't have a lot on this one.
That goes back to
So, I know, Jerry, you can chime in too, but I'm just not sure that continuing, I mean, COVID-19 is with us and it's going to remain with us. And I don't know if this is a dated bullet. I understand that it's I know it's important for us to be able to count on the General Assembly for funding for this, but I almost think it should be like public health issues or something like that. I just don't know that, I don't know. I don't know that referencing COVID-19 anymore is the in-person instruction. I mean, if it comes back up again to a point where everything shuts down, I don't see that as happening. So I don't know. I just think it's a dated bullet.
So would you like to?
Anybody in agree?
Yeah, I have no issue removing that third bullet entirely.
Well, I mean, I like the fact that it references something like this and that I would want the General Assembly, to hold us harmless, for daily membership.
But
But it's almost like,
is there still COVID-19 education money coming in? Or has that
that's a good
COVID-19,
question.
has that COVID-19 funding ended?
I thought that ended with this last one.
I think so.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. It's almost, right now, I know that it seems antiquated. I mean, that's probably the wrong word, but.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, then I'll go ahead and take out bullet 3 under education.
It'd be fine with me.
Okay. On number 4, it might make sense to just leave it to the first sentence, but again, more,
yes,
you might know more.
Drop the reference to those 2 specific years.
Next three.
Critical thinking skills.
I was gonna say you put the period at the end of testing and drop the rest of it, that
Mm-hmm.
makes it cleaner.
Yeah, less redundant.
Now,
I don't like the terminology either.
So I'll take out and more on critical thinking skills. We'll eliminate that. All right.
and that next one seems awful wordy too. I mean, just ended at, what's the current practice? All year-end funds appropriated to full division by the localities. Cut back. Ah,
I like the idea of being able to retain that.
I
Be able to
understand what you're
evaluate.
saying, but I believe I'd leave that one alone.
Yeah. That's where we can evaluate and improve.
Change that one.
but yeah, I just thought maybe just be more straight to the point. I guess it is.
In that workforce ready students, I don't think we need to mess about in
The only thing I would like to change in there is the number of students leaving the K-12 system. I would like it to say graduating the 12.
Right, graduating instead of leaving.
Okay. I'll change on the workforce ready students, the word leaving to graduating.
Students.
Okay. If I might, going back to the previous one on year-end funds, do you think it's, the governing body is clear, or should we specify which governing body? The school board or the board of supervisors?
County government.
Well, it says up in the first line, revert to the locality. So that governing body is referring back to the locality, but you want to make it clearer, you can.
I'd like it to revert back to the Board of Supervisors. Yeah.
Okay. If I might share, does anybody want to add any more bullets? Are we good with education? And are you good with the order, or would you like to move the order on these any?
Order's good.
Order's good?
Order's good.
I might educate,
I think where it's good.
okay. Then next, if I might share, environment and agriculture.
I started to say we could get rid of that counties and communities outside the Chesapeake Bay watershed, but that would eliminate us because we're outside it.
We are. By just a hair.
Yeah, so I'd say probably leave that one. Definitely leave that second one.
Yeah, I was wondering if the regional plan shouldn't be in the economic development.
If what?
Recycling should be in economic development, I think. Is that what you're saying?
The regional.
Oh,
mentioned
okay.
the last-
Oh, we skipped uranium mining. I think if,
Back,
okay, you're going to recycling?
go in order, but
Okay.
that's all right.
Go ahead.
Uh, that all sounds well and good. Basically, that was a way, without taking too bad a stab at the state, that the state should be requiring the use of recyclables. That was put in there way back when they first put the 15% mandate on us, but for recovering recyclables. But they don't require the state manufacturers to use recyclables. And so we were, of course, now we're at what, 19 or 20%? Isn't that where we're at now on recyclables, give or take? But that's simply because the people, I don't know if you can say it any way better than what it is there or not, but the state, if they truly want to get to push on the use of recyclables and less stuff going in the landfills, they're going to have to start putting requirements on these businesses that can to use recycled material.
That requiring use of specific items. I'm not, yeah,
Well, then they need to reduce or
Right.
knock out the other side of it.
right,
It's one of those things where they say, you gotta do this, but there's no recourse and there's no
Right.
market for it.
right,
That's what I was thinking,
There's-
we're required to collect it,
right,
but then they don't have no place for us to get rid of it.
right.
Well,
It
that's
just
what I'm
goes in the
saying.
general landfill.
Right, so-
And that's
After
why
it
that
gets
come
sorted.
about, and that was
Yeah.
that thought process. If you're gonna do one, then do
Right.
the other. But really, in reality, do you really need to do either one?
Right,
And if they know, but
correct.
the state did.
We have, I will say, Mark and Jabe have done a good job of trying to find some additional, ways to sell some of our goods for recycling.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I do appreciate that they've been able to do that,
oh,
but
that's part of recycling. A big part of it has been their work. Because without having somewhere else to put it, it's going in, we wouldn't be at that 19 to 20%.
no. And if I might just, for those of you that are new, you may not know that the vast majority of the recycled material we get is actually from our business community. While individuals recycle, it's some of our larger employers that really help with that. So are we making any changes to
Yes, we
these?
did.
You still opposed to uranium mining?
No, I think, if we're pushing towards this green energy, which uses uranium, it's kind of silly to say we need to use uranium, but we want it mined somewhere else by children in Congo. So if you're going to require the use of uranium, you best be okay to have it pulled out of the ground here.
I don't have a problem dropping that. So,
That might just be your $1 million there, Joe.
I was just sitting here thinking what we went through when we started to drop it the other time. So, was you on the board then?
I don't think so.
Yeah, back, I think before Jerry came on, we had public hearing or something on the order of that. And all people started coming in, the state was gonna drop it, that's what it was. And I tell you, people rolled in here demanding that we keep
But they
a
all,
moratorium.
they
Yeah,
all
I
want
know
their
what
green
you're saying.
energy, but they don't want it in their backyard.
Yeah,
So
right.
you can't have one without the other.
Of course, I don't think it was as bad as the other one, we just thought.
energy I got.
The cows was recycling all the time.
And of course, it's always a big if. But if the regulatory agency is monitoring and the requirements are met, and they're monitored to make sure they're met, it can be done.
Can do it a lot cleaner here than by kids in the Congo.
Sure.
Well, this is just asking them to keep the moratorium in place,
I know.
but they don't change it suit themselves and they ain't gonna worry too much.
They don't worry about what we do per se.
Yeah, we'd drop it and out soon too.
So we're gonna go ahead and drop this out for now? Uranium mining is,
Trying to shrink it down some for you.
Thank you.
And that might be the next hot subject.
You know,
Time
actually,
will tell.
I was thinking about this the other day, they'd pay more attention to it, US you have, if they paid attention at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then the last one on this page, of course, is the regional planning commissions. And I guess Ms. Cookiemuck raised a question if we want to leave it here or move it to another section. I would note that you also have extension right underneath that. It's on the next page. So,
Yeah. I don't know, regional planning commissions just remind me of economic development.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we ought to move that one to the economic development. I don't have a problem.
well, and if I might,
It
it
makes
also,
more sense.
well, and it also says economic development / planning on your title,
Right.
so,
And that's planning.
okay.
Eh.
Okay. So we'll keep it worded the way it is, but move it to a different section?
Yes.
Okay. I will note related to cooperative extension, we did get a letter from the extension saying they are requesting a budget change starting in January to increase a little bit how much the county has to pay. So this might be timely.
I think the next two need to stay where they're at and pretty much worded the way they are. And so that one.
Pickles.
Hmm?
Right.
Ms. Cookamook, if you can't tell, we just got lunch. That's why everyone's distracted for a moment.
Plus I got peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah. It's you want? Yeah. Tell them to eat that.
Have we moved down to general government election costs? I would like to add into their election security expenses somewhere.
I know there's somebody around here who loves pickles.
I love pickles. Oh, I said that with my gun. Okay.
I used to buy it.
Oh, yeah. Jenny ate it. She was good. You know, and they cigarettes in jar and big jars. He's ready to stop and do it on our lawn and down. She loves.
Did you give her your pick? Okay, I was gonna snag it.
Where I am anyway.
So if I might, I think the last comment I heard was from Ms. Bechtel about adding security to the election costs.
If they're going to put requirements for election security, I think they should absorb some of those requirement costs, if not all of it.
Agreed.
The other thing I might mention to you, and maybe Chris can help me with what the right word is, but you know, one of the cyber, more than just voting equipment, cybersecurity or IT upgrades, because that's where your cost is going to be for us. In addition to security.
We got this,
So it could be physical and electronic security.
Okay.
Cover both, people and stuff.
You worded that much better than I did.
Typically, the industry standard wording is physical and cybersecurity.
There you go.
I assume you're still opposed to unfunded mandate.
That unfunded mandates, going back to that first one, can we put them both together? Was that other than that?
Well,
Under finance, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, funding of state mandates,
Positions.
yeah. Yeah, we got one for constitutional officers and any other state mandate. Then the other one is general government. I just wondering if you could,
Have a thing at the beginning, all mandated positions need to be funded by the state.
right, there you go.
but definitely calling out the definitely calling out the election though, because they keep putting more and more restrictions on how we, and it's important for us to be able to absorb those costs, and they should be coming from the state to help us do that.
Yeah, but the elections already got that in there, ain't it? Voting
Right,
equipment
but-
necessary or mandated?
Well, but the General Assembly is not, they're passing laws, but they're not providing funding. And we're having to scour around trying to figure out how we're gonna pay for, I mean, we want it to be safe and secure, absolutely 110%, but we need their help. But yeah, the unfunded mandates, I mean, I almost think that should go number one.
I would agree with that.
Why did ever,
My apologies, I had to jump up for just a minute and grab something. So I heard move unfunded mandates to number 1, and was there any change in the wording for that one? I know you were discussing it, but I'm not sure what you decided.
well, Joe, did I understand you wanna combine unfunded mandates and election costs? Did I get that right?
No, the very first one up in finance, at the very top, where, it's
Oh, okay.
not the elections, the funded for state mandated positions.
Yeah.
Right, okay, yeah.
It goes hand in hand
So
a
not just,
little bit.
not just for constitutional officers, but there's, all
Anything.
state mandated positions need to
Right.
be state funded. Yeah. All state mandates,
But you said that.
Thank you.
Fully state.
fully, yeah,
Right.
fully, yeah. I don't know how to word that right.
Everybody would agree if they tell us that we gotta do something. We may not have the tax money to do it with. And we may have to cut a certain somewhere to just do what they want us to do.
The taxes.
Yeah.
That's what happened with the erosion and sediment control.
Right.
They did it all for years. All of a sudden, they said, we're not doing it anymore, it's your responsibility. So
Right. Mhm.
we incorporated that at the time into the building officials, which was fine because that department had more time to do that. Now, you almost have somebody in the dual roles
Yep.
right there.
And therefore, it was
So we weren't given the choice.
So I'm not sure where we're ending up. I'm trying to be your good scribe for you. So unfunded mandates goes to number one in general government. Did you want to make any other changes, or were you all just noting that it's essentially the same as number one under finance?
You mandated to pay for it. Mhm.
Okay. Volunteer rescue, is that where we are?
Change it.
That has not been brought forward to me as an issue while I've been here.
The education and training requirements? Okay.
I mean, Kevin might have more, somebody might say something to him, but nobody said anything. We can go ask him.
I'm sort of see the impractical ones, like you gotta go take training for fighting fire in a
Yeah.
10-story building,
Yeah, just make it where nobody wants to do it.
right? Because you got all that training, and we ain't got no 10-story buildings that I know of. They need to streamline their education.
She's gonna go get Kevin, because that one and the next couple, well, next one also relates to him.
The next two, I don't think we need to mess with. Mhm.
Didn't know you was.
We missed you. We missed you. The volunteer fire rescue, are you?
Yes, I'm concerned.
Would you like to change the word, remove however, and say, Floyd County recognizes the importance of rescue and fire training? Unrealistic education and training requirements discourage. So we could remove some of the words to make it stronger.
Oh, me and English language, we get along so well. I don't know if impractical or it's just
Unreasonable.
re, a lot of redundant training.
Hmm.
I don't know a good way to say it. It's especially it's like the fire department. If they take a driving class for emergency vehicles, they, because of insurance requirement, they have to recertify every 4 years. It's 4 or 5 years, but EMS, it's a requirement. And I'll be honest with you, it's not like on the 4th year you forget how to drive an ambulance. And it's a lot of training. It'd be all right if they had refresher courses for things that's changed. It takes a lot of time for the volunteers to get and keep their training. So I don't know. It's kind of once you get into this, either you keep your training up or you lose it. And I don't know if this is a good way to say it. What do you think, Linda?
I mean, I think what Kalinda said about maybe taking out a couple of more words, just making it, it's, what we don't want is to discourage our volunteers by redundant and overzealous training for somebody in Fairfax County doesn't apply to somebody in Floyd County.
Right.
Like Joe says, skyscrapers.
Yeah.
So maybe clean it up a little bit, like of rescue and fire training. And it should be handled by local, it should be developed with local needs in mind. I don't know. Stuff like that.
I don't know,
It's an odd.
I think we're in the book.
I mean, training's very important, but again,
Training
you
needs
put
to
the
be,
wet stuff on the red stuff.
training needs to be applicable to our county's needs.
Something versus,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Urban versus rural or something.
There's some things that change, vehicle education for one would be, where we're getting more into electric cars now. But that should be a refresher course, not have to recertify the whole thing.
Well, maybe if it's all right with y'all, Kevin and I can kind of take it upon ourselves to wordsmith that one and get it back out to you.
It'd be great for you to do.
I'll task you with that. See how that goes?
Yeah, see.
We're up to our eyeballs in the next one.
Oh, I could concur on the next one too.
Right.
Or maybe court order.
Yeah, you know.
Add some money to it. All right.
Thank you.
Enjoy your meal. Something I just whipped up.
So I think Mr. Booth also said something about leaving the next Gen 911 the way it is. So you all agree with that? I would strongly recommend you keep the next one.
Yeah.
This next one's one
I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I think that's an important thing. They have not kept pace with the advent of, online and electronic forms.
Carrier pigeons and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Is the only thing I might mention on that one is the word streamline seems odd. So maybe modify or update. It's really not, in our case, it's not an issue of streamline, it's archaic.
I dropped those.
I hate
I like
to
both of those words.
Modify and update. Okay. At those?
Now, even though it's not required, we could post things on our Facebook page, even though it's not required. We're just getting it out there to the public.
Great.
Yeah, and as a side note, I've talked to the VACO folks a couple of times and said, I would be happy to be a public advocate for getting away from having to do the two publications in the newspaper, particularly for places like us that have a paper that comes out once a week, because it really, as you all recall this spring, it makes things during the budget process very difficult and much more challenging than they need to be.
thank God most people is not like me, but if I'm reading a paper and I see a notice for a public hearing this week, then I'm reading the paper next week and I see the same one, I'm gonna skip it. I'm not gonna look at it because I already know what it's saying. So to me, it's just a waste of time. The only ones would be somebody that didn't see it the week before. And a lot of them, when they see it, it's not nothing pertaining to them, they don't read it anyway.
You have two more? And so you're aware, I don't think it was prompted by this, but Kim mentioned to me that the sheriff had stuck his head in earlier, and just in case you all had any questions or anything, but he didn't stick around or ask to be on the agenda, but wanted you all to know that he had come by. He was available. Yeah.
Tell him if we need him, we'll call him. There you go.
But my part, on the next one, we could just drop the word study of, and just go with support the qualified immunity on. For my part. Get study and they go ahead and do it. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will take the study of
Floyd
it.
County supports qualified immunity on our local sheriff's office, and
I guess it would be 4 instead of 1.
because that's come up again, them trying to override it.
Okay.
Things to study. Bill.
Okay. And then the last one.
I would like to consider removing the make no changes in state legislation to make no further restrictive changes. Because if they loosen it,
Right.
it's an implied we don't want any change rather than loosening restrictions. Or we could just remove that, make no changes.
Are we making no changes or are we making a suggested change? So the suggestion, I think, was make no more restrictive changes.
Yeah, change it, yeah.
Okay. So I have wording changes under election costs to add physical and cyber security. Unfunded mandates remains the same, but moves to number 1. On volunteer fire, sorry, ma'am? Volunteer rescue and fire departments, I have a note that Kevin and I are gonna come up with something there and send it to y'all. Next generation 911, the same. The FOIA stays the same. The next one, Floyd County supports legislation to modify and update required newspaper advertising. And next one, Floyd County supports qualified immunity for our local sheriff's offices. And then finally, on the last one, makes no more restrictive changes in state legislation. General government, good?
Because the way it's written now, they could change it where that, if somebody wanted to loosen the law, they couldn't do it. But, okay, now it's.
All right. So now we're to Health and Human Resources.
I think number one,
What'd you say?
I think number one is just fine as it is.
Comprehensive Services Act, CSA? Comprehensive Services Act?
That's been worded that way ever since the first day they put it in. Not that it's done a lot of good.
Right.
Adding more additional funding. All for that.
In terms of the second one, so we know, my only suggestion, and it may not be appropriate, Kim would probably know, is do we still need to say, particularly with Medicaid expansion, it feels like the pressure downstairs is not necessarily driven by Medicaid anymore, but other things. It's part of it, but it's a lot of things. No, this is just Department of Social Services. Increased workload. The answer is more.
Right, because you already addressed the increased workload, so, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of redundant. Yeah, take out the Medicaid expansion verbiage.
Miss Kukumuk, I don't think we heard what you said. Yeah, I don't, we're not hearing what you said. You're breaking up.
Okay, so, yeah, well, I think that was because we just lost power. They're cutting trees along the power line and everyone's, and sheet A. So what I was saying was, this whole thing with air transportation, I mean, I get it. But if you've been involved in an accident and you're in a life and death situation, I can't imagine that somebody is asking for a cost estimate before you're being transported. I mean, they just fly you for any reason.
Well, that was put in
I
there
mean,
first.
you're in a,
That was put in there worded that way mainly because of the middle section, well, filter, you know me. We had people calling for medical transport with the helicopter before they even arrived on scene of the accident to assess it.
Yep.
And you had people that probably needed the service, but refused to because they didn't know what it was gonna cost them, because their insurance, the insurance usually doesn't cover that cost. And it was worded that way so that it was clear that you didn't think the cost should be put back on the local government, which there was some talk of in the General Assembly at the time. Now, I don't know if changing it now makes a difference one way or the other, but, because even still today, most of your insurance companies don't pay for that.
no,
No, it's an additional policy.
So can we remove that this bullet entirely?
I can only speak for the paid staff, but I can say that it would, what Mr. Booth described would not be the policy of the paid staff currently. I can't speak beyond that. And of course, they're not the only ones.
Well, I understand,
Yeah.
but we did go through a time where that was happening. You'd have a person they'd be in Willis and they'd be calling for the helicopter and the accident be down on your end of the county, you know?
Oh, yeah,
This-
remember that?
This
You know
particular
where-
feller,
And calling names.
Yeah.
every time a call would go out, as soon as he got in his vehicle, he'd say, check the availability of lifeguard.
But I would,
And it would cost, lifeguard was about ready to start charging the county for every time he done that because they said it cost $1,000
to fire it up.
to bring it out there and get it ready.
That's to fire it up and get it to check elementary, not on this end.
No, it didn't lifting off,
Oh, it wasn't
getting it,
lifting- oh.
preparing it to take off.
So I would be hesitant to leave this included based on one person's naughty behavior.
Well, he's no longer
Right.
around.
So that former
Because-
person's not even,
I
former,
think the nuts and bolts of it is to make sure that,
it's just, you have so many conflicting statements in here. We support a policy of providing costs before transport.
Even,
But, I mean,
even on,
Right.
yes, you
I
know,
do like the part that says we oppose proposals that would add additional legal and administrative burdens.
But then you have that sentence, we also support the federal government's efforts to regulate costs, which is more administrative burdens.
cause I know now, anytime they call for a lifeguard, it's needed. You know, you know, they, even on the, volunteer side.
well, and whether it's either situation, whether it was not needed or needed, the idea behind it, you hit the nail on the head. The big idea behind it was to give some idea to the patients or their family of what the costs were, and to ensure that the costs did not fall back on the county.
I don't know that it is legal to say it's going to cost you this amount to be cared for, because you're supposed to
Actually be on
provide,
the hook on that.
I believe you're supposed to provide care regardless of
Well, this
cost.
is only as it applies to the air ambulance service.
No, because you would get potentially, if you told somebody that it's gonna cost you $10,000 to fly and $100 to go by ground, people might choose the wrong option, and then you're on the hook for liability of providing that.
Or if you tell them $10,000 and they get a bill for 15.
Right,
Well, but you're on.
right, right. I believe that this entire sentence is, although well-intended, it's, leaves us open to a lot of liability. So as much as we want to look out for our county citizens, it's most important to not put us on the hook for liability. If we have somebody.
yeah, I guess there's, and I guess perhaps it's an outdated bullet from a time when we wanted to make sure that we didn't have issues, but I agree, I don't think lifeguards being called just willy-nilly.
Right.
They never paid.
I mean, I can think of
The state never paid attention to any of these anyway, so I don't have a problem taking it out. I'm just giving you what the reason and the history was.
yeah,
And I think the federal government's, in reference to the federal government regulating costs, was actually on the hospital situation, not on our EMS or the county.
Right. But we don't want to encourage federal regulation. For any reason.
So I'm kind of getting the sense we might just want to take the whole thing out.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
yeah,
And if we have naughty staff behavior for calling for the
It's up to
air
the county
ambulance,
to take care of it.
right,
Yep.
we have ways to deal with that.
yeah, we'll bill them.
Right. Do we have for the mental, oh, I skipped one, sorry. I was down to the next mental health. Right, there's two of them. Do we get any state funds to transport for mental health, or is that still, that burden still on us?
That's still community service from their general budget. I'd leave that one. Nick, you served over there too. What do you think?
No, we don't know, but I can see, right, when we was talking about the mandates a while ago, when they changed that, Medicaid expansion fund, it killed our budget. It cost us, what was $600,000,
Something like that. It was huge.
close to $1 million, and we had to do it. So we had to take it out of something else in our budget and just
No
keep,
choice.
yeah.
Just, those two seem kind of redundant. Can you combine them?
But if you do, you're gonna have one arm.
Right.
See, that's what I've been harping on about the state. They entice business and industry to the state, but they do not try on mental health and other things like that. They don't lay a package out for those providers. Say, hey, if you come to Virginia and put this facility here with so many beds and so whatever, they just won't do it. I'd like to see that one stay, but it's up to, as a group. To do that, it sure beat having to take somebody to Florida or the state of Washington or anywhere in between.
Yeah, because they already run them half or all the way across the
Norfolk.
state.
That's I remember back in the day when we thought it was a big deal to have to go to Marion. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. That was a long trip.
Oh, yeah. Now we was glad to just have to go to Marion.
Yeah. Come in more than one time, they had it the other day. Come in to work, and they say, hope you got plenty of rest, you going to Petersburg.
Yeah.
I said, yeah.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that's a long haul.
Oh, yeah.
See, they limited what they
About this,
limited.
how they're trying to, get more hospitals open and, try and limit the transport times and stuff, or just helping with that. I don't know, it sounded to me like it was a step in the right direction.
It's a step in the right direction, but they need to take the limits off of the state hospitals as to who they'll accept.
Agreed.
If I might, so I'm looking at the VACO legislative priorities. I feel like I'm really far away. And one of them is listed as crisis services and state hospital capacity to accept individuals subject to temporary detention orders. And it says VACO supports efforts to address census pressures at state hospitals through near-term funding measures that will enable all state hospitals to receive admission of individuals. Yeah. Is that you?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
But anyway.
I don't know if you wanted to pick up any of that, because it seems to
Would
be
that
what
a
you're
better-
talking
Would
about.
that be a better statement to insert there than what we've got?
Or maybe even both, because that
add
addresses
to it.
capacity, which I think is
Maybe
also.
add that statement to this statement then.
And then, it's an important issue.
So if you guys would like me to go ahead and drop that one in and send it to you.
all these are important, but I'd recommend bumping that up to the top. Or at least number 2.
Yeah,
See anything wrong with the next one either.
The only thing with that one is the last portion of that last sentence. Without due process of law that is due.
It could be worded better,
With it,
but maybe a period after due process of law.
correct. Those last 3 words are that is due, a circle.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's, okay.
All right, so if I might, so no change, we're leaving in the aging, so to go back and summarize, make sure I got it all. Under Health and Human Resources, aging/long-term care remains and stays the same. Comprehensive Services Act remains and stays the same. Okay. Department of Social Services, removing the language that says particularly with Medicaid expansion. Then eliminating the entire bullet on emergency medical transportation. And then mental health crisis and the next one, Floyd County requested the Commonwealth. Those both remain the same. Right to life remains the same except those last 3 words, that is due, are removed. We add the VACO language about crisis services, and that becomes number 1, and mental health crisis becomes number 2, and everything else can stay the same?
That's fine.
Okay. We're making progress.
You get there, we're down to the last one.
Yeah, true. On that one, Ladina sent me some additional language that she's suggesting related to transportation, and it says, I don't know if you want to get this, so she said, I had a good conversation with Ray Smoot, and so asked him for advice on 3 things, and the language related to this says getting Virginia Route 8 and US 221 recognized as roads of regional significance, so they would be eligible for smart scale funding.
I think that sounds good. I'd add it, put it at number 1.
Yep.
And then I would note there were 2 other things that she highlighted. I don't know if you want to put these in or not. They're a little bit less significant, but also says getting Route 8 improved from Camp Carysbrook to the county line. That was one.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, and then she also added a separate one of getting V-Trans and Smart Scale formulas adjusted so that rural communities have a reasonable hope of getting important projects funded there. And we can rewrite them to be,
no, that's good to me.
Not simplify, but make it balanced.
yeah, so they're kind of 2 separate
Yes.
things.
Would you specifically say from Carrybrook to Floyd, or would you try for the whole shooting match?
It pretty much does the whole shooting match right here. Got it.
Well, I know that's what we've got, but what she said was from Carrybrook.
So that's where it's really
The reason I went to Camp Currybrook, once you pass Camp Currybrook, the road straightens quite a bit. You know, you don't have them S curves.
Okay.
Seem
Okay.
like we always got blocked down with snow. All of our fatal wrecks is right there in the S curves.
Well, how, would you be willing to call that a phase 1?
To your Rustic Ridge and
Yeah, I agree with that.
Michelle?
Yeah, I agree with that, but if you extend it out, we would be more apt to get that
First, thing.
three mile.
That's why I was saying the phase one and
Yeah.
phase two.
Yeah,
Squirrel little
Yeah.
bite.
right.
From the golf course out, there have been accidents, but that's why they've lowered the speed limit. And it's pretty much a straight shot.
Right.
I mean, to the inter, I mean, it's, when it goes down, but, I mean, I guess it's a minor.
To the county line is phase one, from Currybrook to Reiner is phase two.
Yeah. Because there wouldn't be that much construction from Currybrook to Reiner.
Not as much as.
No, because you got pretty well on the straight stretch, you got a, down at the very far end where you go in that bridge that needs to be worked on there, but this first 3 miles.
35-mile-an-hour there
Yeah.
too, so that
Yeah.
helps.
But first 3 miles is where we have the most trouble with, like I say, if it comes 2-3 inches of snow, you might as well plan on sitting over there for a couple of hours because somebody's gonna get sideways in them curves.
Yep.
So what language would you all like to use? And of course, you already have something in here for Route 8 improvements, but it doesn't sound like you're going that.
That needs to be changed.
Yeah, because you're not really looking for
Yeah.
scoping and engineering, you're looking for action. So maybe we take that one
Right.
out and replace it with either the language that Ladina suggested or using, I don't know, you guys have been talking about different road parameters.
What did Lydia, can you,
Should we
You read Ladina's.
I was getting ready to say, read that again.
So, Ms. Cookham, we're starting to wonder if maybe we should call you because you're cutting in and out so much. I don't know, think about if you'd be happy.
no, let me see.
You may agree to something you don't want to.
So if I'm so,
Explain it often.
okay. So the language that Ladina had sent was getting Route 8 improved from Camp Carysbrook to the county line. That's fine, and that's what we'll do for the Route 8 improvement, in addition to, and that would be second. First would be language that I'll put together, what's here? Getting Route 8 and US 221 recognized as roads of regional significance. Okay?
Phase 3 or 2.
Okay. Okay. Then the next one relates to the gas tax.
Of course, they do away with
Or
that.
can we just say, Floyd County strongly recommends the repeal of the additional gas tax?
Yeah.
There you go.
The 84.
Yes.
Take off that next thing.
Take the rest.
Nothing to reevaluate, repeal it, pass it on to everybody.
That's right.
Okay, so we're replacing the word reevaluation with the repeal. Okay, and then the rest, that other sentence goes away? Okay.
In both.
Yeah, underline that.
Yeah. In 3 circles.
In blue ink instead of black.
Secondary roads,
I think the first line says it all.
Yeah, we can take off that second sentence.
Take off the other thing.
Yeah.
Be clear and concise.
I think clear and concise is the key to this. If you're having to explain why, they're gonna go, yeah, never mind.
And they ain't gonna agree with your,
Right, your reasoning, yeah.
Right.
Make them out, wonder why.
That additional sentence supports the requirement on VDOT to implement a notification plan. Take that out or leave that as well. As-
Yeah, I think we work well with David.
Yes, so take that
Mr.
out.
Clark, so yeah, it's not like he springs anything on us.
Okay. So the secondary roads is just that first sentence. Okay.
Yeah. And then can you read Ladina's again? For this next one?
in the smart scale.
Well, I will say they are slightly different. So of course, this one is talking about the process being too cumbersome, where what Ladina is talking about is different, which is changing the V-Trans and smart scale formulas. So it says, getting V-Trans and smart scale formulas adjusted so that rural communities have reasonable hope of getting important projects funded there. So to me, they're two separate, because smart scale is basically you applied for 18 months to get funded.
Yeah, not really though, because basically what you're asking, and the one that we have there is the process for allocating funds, which is what you're doing when you put in a thing, and then cost to prepare and review applications. I mean, the whole things need to be overhauled for more urban and more rural.
How about just repeal
I mean,
the smart scale?
Well, the problem you have is they're not gonna change the formulas, and they're not gonna cut the red tape.
Well,
And
there,
that's what both of those address.
yeah. Now, I will say, if I might, our conversations with the VDOT staff and the, not including Mr. Clark, he's really not been in this discussion, to be fair, but they have been encouraging us to specifically ask for changes in V-Trans and smart scale formulas. And that those are, so my suggestion might be that you actually can have two. So one would say, Floyd County supports changes to simplify VDOT's smart scale process for allocating transportation funds, period. And then another one that speaks to adjusting the formulas to get more money. Yeah, two separate ones.
okay.
Is it-
General Assembly.
Well, they are.
State Transportation Board and Department of Transportation.
They are, but I will say they encouraged us to encourage our legislative folks as well as the secretary's office. Being good, stewards.
It's been suggested by the boots on the ground, I either put them in one bullet and make it flow, or just do two separate bullets.
And if I might, Ladina just sent me a text. It says V-Trans is up for reevaluation related to the formula. Okay. So that might kind of suggest two, if that's all right with you.
Let's highlight that one too then.
In two circles instead of three.
Okay, so I'll make that amendment maybe number 3. Okay.
When you have Ashton, I think you need to just drop it all together.
Yeah, because we know why there's declining growth in transportation revenue. It's because of the smart scale.
And you put thousands of dollars into a study that don't mean nothing.
Right.
And they don't pay no attention to.
So we can remove that bullet point. Yeah.
So we'll remove that.
We see light at the end of the tunnel.
So the next one relates to resident administrators.
Yeah.
See, at one point in time, they could do that without having to go through all these studies and stuff.
Yeah.
And those studies are what's costing us maintenance money.
And we put something up, ACO, didn't we, Jerry?
Yes, I've been pushing for it. Extension authority discretion resident approve modifications to design standards where appropriate with local needs and also enact reduction in speed limits. I would go period, no, speed limits
Reduction
on roads
or,
with,
or just adjustments to speed limits or changes?
yeah, you may have one, well,
Because we increase speed limits when things become paved or improved.
yeah, because right now currently on unpaved roads is 35 county statewide, so it would be going up. So enact
Modifications?
modifications in speed limits within, on roads within their residency area. Drop out the studies performed, from studies performed.
All right, so we can make changes, they could make changes to speed limits within their residency area without speed studies.
Right.
Yep.
Now, that's not saying if they choose to, they can do one. It's not, it's making it an option. Because I know here in this county years ago, we bring up changing the speed on the road and, resident engineer would go out and check that road and he'd come back and he said, well, yeah, I agree, and it would get done.
Right, you wouldn't need a big formal study to say, yeah, they're going too fast through this curve.
Right.
Right.
You don't have to justify somebody else's job.
Right.
Well, there's a whole lot of that going on.
Yeah.
And they shifted a lot of that, the local government to the state department, contrary to what you might have heard this morning.
Okay, so, and Kim pointed out to me that what I suggested was redundant because modifications is in right before. So I might suggest Floyd County supports the expansion of authority and discretion of resident administrators of VDOT to approve changes to design standards. That seems more where appropriate with local needs and also enact modifications in speed limits on roads within their residency.
Yeah, there
Okay. Last one.
Could have done it better myself.
One more. One more to consider, that's it.
I would drop a review of and I would just put supports restructuring of VDOT, particularly the permitting process of DEQ.
Yep.
Forget the review part. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll take out the,
Do we want to decrease burden? Because they might restructure it and just make it worse. We don't give them guidance to.
that's what happened last time they restructured.
Yeah, they might not think our intent's the right direction.
Right?
What was the?
To make sure it's, Wood County supports the restructuring of VDOT, particularly the permitting processes within the DEQ, to somehow make it less burdensome, less cumbersome.
Okay.
If we, if you don't give them that guidance.
And that somewhere after and other similar agencies.
Okay, should be less
We want
burdensome to local governments and private citizens? To, what do you want it to be? To less burdensome, period? Less burdensome, period.
Burdensome, period.
Okay. Excellent. That's it.
On
Actually,
a paved road without going through the permitting.
They can't even clean this culverts on my road because of that salamander and box turtle and everything else. That's what I'm doing.
and the runoff from the road in the ditches. They can't just, used to, if you wanted that dirt, you used to tell them where to dump it. They have to
Can't do
take it
that.
to an official facility now, which I don't mean to come across as, I'm not anti, but there's gotta be some common sense.
If that dirt came from, why can't you just move it to where? Or why do you have to put it in hospital?
Right, take it all out there. If you got a shoulder that's down that far, fill it in. It's nothing more going in it than what's
They
already.
don't buy the dirt.
I had an old road bed, I wanted to put it down, sort of level the ruts up and everything. Said, boy, we wished you could, but
They could.
just like above our house, there, Richard Towns is a big old ditch up there.
So we can change the
They had to
date
get a
on this
permit.
at the end, that last sentence, and then we can close this
Yeah.
page.
You change that date and at the top, like Linda mentioned, definitely.
Okay.
It's painful.
If I might,
Painful.
yeah. Well, and I hate to
Well, you
elongate
the
it,
budget better, you know.
but I just wanted to double check since two of you were involved in the VACO legislative priority process. Is there anything that's on that list that we don't address? I mean, most of them don't really, like broadband is not our issue as an example, but I just didn't know if there were any.
See, I'll speak to the transportation committee. They're so keen on this rail service and airports and extending airports that, a lot of that I support, but it really doesn't impact us in what we're doing right here, right now. Linda, do you disagree with that?
Not at all. The other stuff is just, as I'm looking over it right now, I mean, federal and military, state facilities, I mean, there really isn't anything, I think what we've done talks about our legislative agenda that we want to give to our local. VACO as a whole takes all of our thoughts and puts them together. And, we've hit on a bunch of what they are also saying. I mean, like, short and sweet, VACO supports additional state resources for the funding of the local library system. So, also the reversion of funds. So, yeah, I think we're good with what we've got. There's nothing really in here that's any different.
And if I can, I don't want to steal any limelight or whatever, but at the last meeting, we didn't get to bring it up, but Linda is now a co-member on the board of directors of VACO.
Yes, I am.
So we joined the ranks of Orange and Loudon, and we're not quite to Fairfax. We're gonna have to get some of y'all on, get y'all on some committees, but we do have two representatives of Floyd now serving on the VACO board of directors.
And that gives Southwest Virginia a greater voice. So,
And I do urge you, if you're interested at all, if you have the time, sign up for one of these committees. Because, well, as you saw, two of us have made some difference on some legislative stuff that's coming down out of VACO to the state.
How often do they
Once a
meet?
quarter.
Once a quarter?
Well, yeah, usually it's once a quarter, and then you have the annual meeting in November.
Where do they meet at?
Sometimes it's Richmond, sometimes it's in different places around the state. In August, they were in Roanoke. First time they had one close and I couldn't make a meeting, but that's beside the point. The one prior to that was in Stafford County. And Linda and I are petitioning, and hopefully we might have one of those here in Floyd.
yeah, the region 10 and 11, right?
Meeting
10 and
at
11?
least.
We're gonna do the 10 and 11. We're trying to Floyd.
Yeah,
That would be county, Franklin County,
Pennsylvania.
Floyd, Pennsylvania,
Patrick. Henry,
Patrick.
see, Henry's in it too, I think.
Yeah,
Or
I think
at
I
least
said
part
Henry.
of it.
Henry. Yeah, so it would be good. Montgomery County left. They joined Region 9.
They're in with Roanoke now.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yep.
yeah, so
They're moving.
back to it. I think we're good with what we got.
You want a little bit longer, I think. We can chew on this a little bit longer. Good, agenda.
You have more things. Okay.
We got a lot to cover and we got meetings
Yep.
tonight, so.
All right, so I think if maybe, Mr. Chair, you would like a motion to approve the agenda?
Legislative
Subject to-
agenda,
Yeah, subject to corrections, et cetera.
date changes.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion is second, call the roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve the updated and amended Floyd County legislative agenda with giving staff authority to make appropriate conforming changes, and Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook? Oh, sorry, Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Cox
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, apologies for that.
Sir.
We're now,
And you will set this to us for review one more time with the corrections, right?
yes, ma'am. Yes. And also with the language that Kevin and I work out on that one.
Make sure Maria
Yeah.
gets a copy of it before she goes to Richmond.
Yep. So there went.
Yes. So if I might to move us to towards the end of the public part, so we can go to the closed session and let you all head out. The last two things really are the organizational meeting. Oh, okay. All right.
I'd say do it the first working day in January.
That's what I was getting ready to say because our first meeting is the 10th.
Are we talking
I will be
third
out.
Monday?
I could do the evening of the 2nd.
No, that's the New Year's Day observed. I mean, that's the closed.
Yeah.
So it'd be the third.
It would be the third.
It'd
No,
be- You broke up again. Space. Can we set up a Zoom for it? Oh. Oh, okay.
So we plan on a reorganization at what time?
Do the evening?
Whatever suits y'all. I don't care, as long as I know now.
Yeah. Well, it would be nice to do it, yeah, as an evening, since we will be off the day before, just in case.
You don't want to get a date for you?
We got to get time
At
to
least
get
a
the
midnight.
hangover over with.
Yeah.
We could do it at 5.
Okay.
Would that suit y'all?
I'd rather 6 because I'm still feeding it by. So,
Yes.
no,
6 o'clock
Unless you all,
on the 3rd.
on the 3rd.
yeah, the third or the fourth we could do. And then do you want us to try to invite your legislative folks to that meeting as well, since they go in on the 8th?
If they could, if
And-
they will.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Could we ask if y'all could be flexible about the third or the fourth based on their schedule? Or not?
Sure.
I wouldn't want to go past the 4.
Yeah,
It'd be
Nobody's
rigorous.
Well,
First 4 days.
well, I look at it from the standpoint, you serve as emergency services director, and while I know you rely on staff, still, that position being open during the winter time just bothers me.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'd rather get it done quickly and then.
Yeah.
Then if there's any changes, you gotta get the changes done at the back.
So the
Check.
cable guy would say, get her done.
okay, so we'll try the third or the fourth at 6 PM. Or whatever time, but that'll kind of be the target, a third or the fourth, 6-ish.
Just know what you.
Yes, and we will notice it and all those things.
All right.
Okay? Then if I can move on to, even though my list is long, I don't,
Do that in a motion to set the meeting.
Yeah, it's an action item.
Okay.
Take a motion.
Do is we say,
Contingent on availability of,
continue it to the third. So, based on the availability of our state representatives, and if not, or something, y'all can word it better, but we can do it in a motion. We can do it.
sure, so I guess maybe your motion might be to set the Floyd County Board of Supervisors organizational and legislative meeting, potential for January 3rd or the evening of January 3rd or 4th. Not contingent, subject to the availability of our legislative delegation. Okay.
As soon as you find out.
So moved.
Any advertisements that have to be done, you can do after you find out that that's a second.
All right, Mr. Chair. So on that motion, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
yes.
All right.
And being we're on the meetings, what, we discussed a bit the other day about where we was going to have a second meeting.
That has
And
never come from us.
Now, I thought I mentioned it the other day with y'all.
You
I
did
said-
mention it, but I said it was never our suggestion, just
Oh,
saying.
no, I didn't mean, suggesting it. I said we may ought to discuss whether or not we want to have a second. Yes, I'll take the heat.
You mean this month?
Yeah,
Only if necessary. I mean, depends on some of what we've got to talk about in closed session
Yeah.
and the timing of that. If there's any further action on that, we may have to have a call meeting or a second meeting.
that's what I was sort of leaning towards, because you take Christmases on Sunday, and then a lot of people was out of town or they want to do stuff, and so then, that just gives us a week or so, to the next meeting, so, because it'd be the 27th. So then we'd be meeting again on the 3rd.
What if we?
So, if we could do away with the second meeting contingency on a contingent, special call meeting for any,
Yeah, does not do a second meeting per se, and then if we have to have a special meeting, you call it.
right, that's what,
I mean, that's a
Yeah.
key if it does,
Well-
Stack.
I'm trying to get some people to take some leave, so yes. Some people.
you say, Linda?
Okay, well, appreciate that. The last kind of public thing, I think unless you have questions about correspondence, is my report. I know there's many things, but they're all pretty quick, but I feel like you need to kind of know where we are on all of them. So the EMS billing contract is sitting in my DocuSign. I just told them they needed to change the name from Myra to Jenny, and then I'll go ahead and sign that by close of business today. So we'll take care of that. And it's been, through Steve, and they made modifications that Steve requested. So they've been very good to work with. As you all know, the Equipment Committee, as currently structured, or as previously structured, however you want to look at that, has gone out and visited 2 evenings. And I think everybody felt like they got a good perspective out of those meetings. And then we'll, of course, continue on with doing the solid waste facility a little bit later in their equipment and look at making some of the changes that the chairman suggested related to that. on the very large regional workforce board.
I couldn't hear.
We can't hear you either.
So I think Mr. Booth was saying that the equipment committee was going to try to get together and have a group conversation. Before, we were just kind of walking through and talking to them, but they've not sat down together. And so that's the idea. Thank you, ma'am. For the workforce board, what I wanted to let you know about that is primarily two things. At the last meeting, well, three things. One, they're in the process of reworking their 5-year strategic plan, and really trying to find better ways to get more funds available to assist folks. And they note that right now, because of funding and need, a lot of their work is going to folks that deal with substance challenges or have had substance challenges, which is great, but they are also, because of the funding sources, are limited in other things that they can do. Like the Youth Build program is basically the old Job Corps program from the 1970s and doesn't fit the current model. So I'm working on trying to do some changes related to that. And as a part of that, they are looking at creating their separate 501c3, so they would be able to potentially access other funds. And Marty and I have talked about, I'd be willing to help them work through that a little bit. I think it'd be good for a small county to be at the table for that conversation. So, and she was excited about that. And then the final thing is, as I mentioned to Ms. Bechtold earlier, they're continuing to be great advocates for making sure there is access to, and at a reasonable cost, funding for EMS training. And so they've been working with the community college, who looks like they're going to be able to gear something up here. And there might be some availability of funds. They would have to be people that, again, fit in certain categories. But there's a possibility the board could help fund some of those people going through that training and then get them to Floyd. The onward update, thank you. The onward update is we had an investors event in Pulaski last week, and was well attended, and the speaker was the president of the community college. And so I talked to her more about EMS and also our need for some additional IT assistance. And so we're working on meeting up with them and talking through those and several other things. So they were very excited to be partnered with us. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, and she's very dynamic, as you know. Yes.
Yeah.
Solid waste management, financial assurances, and regulatory changes. The first part, the financial assurances, is a bunch of additional paperwork I have to get reworked by close of business tomorrow. So Billy Newton is helping me with that, but it essentially, we do it, I sign it and work with Draper Aiden, and then the accountant has to also submit something. But it says that we have enough financial wherewithal that if something happened at the landfill, we would be able to deal with it with our existing funds. And the reason Floyd has always done it that way is because otherwise we would have to create a fairly sizable sinking fund. And so, but it is an interesting task, and it turns out that the 2 previous years that were done by Ms. Morrison, while she submitted them timely and everything, when they went back and looked at them, said, oh, well, we didn't actually mean this, we meant that, so we're having to submit 4 years. But I think she was clearly following instructions from experts and the auditor, and then the department kind of changed their mind. So I just want to make that clear if that came up. Cows update, we have sent a certified letter to the person who originally owned the cows and told them that we had significant questions and concerns about the bill, and listed several of those items, and also asked for an update about where the rest of the cows might be. And so So we will see what happens with that. And Mr. Tarman's been helping me with finding some folks who could be our experts when they start to push back about what would have been a reasonable amount to keep the animals at the level of health that we believe they were when they left.
And I had made a suggestion that they pick out 3 of our local producer traders to review the bills and give us an idea of what it would have cost them to keep them. And I told them I did not want, I want to see them carcasses.
Bones or
There's 26
something.
of them. You know good and well, if he'd have lost them, he'd buried them, like state law requires, he would have billed us for the burial. You know,
Detail.
yeah.
If you burn them, there should be some residue of it.
And he would have charged us for the car tires to burn them with.
Oh. And as far as the bills, we are talking actual bills, not just,
That was part of our, requirement as well, as the places said something from southern states, we want to see the southern states receipt. Yeah, and there was billing for mileage up to $5 a mile, and so we said, oh no, you got to keep to the IRS rates. So it was a lot of those kind of detailed things.
$50 a head for hauling.
Yep. A highly variable price in the price of hay as well. I noticed that. So we will see where that one ends up. And I will, sorry, no,
I was gonna say, and in the future, there'll be contractual agreements ahead of time.
Yes, please.
yes, that'll be, it's even on my board in there, yes. But I'll send something out this week to make sure that that's clear to everybody, that that's your wish. So thank you for bringing it up.
Did you send that letter certified where he has to sign for it?
It was sent certified.
Yes.
I
Yes.
should have known y'all took care of that question.
They're pretty good at dotting i's.
Yeah, we got air women and we talking monies.
Yeah, that's right.
And the final thing I was going to mention on that is Mr. Durbin, to the question of the missing cows, he also questioned if there are that many cows in a particular area, that might be a DEQ issue. So we just wanted to mention that. Yep.
I'm sure there was a word reasonable somewhere.
Yes, so we've gone back and looked at the judge's order, and so it says something about reasonable and expected type costs, and purposely does not have a dollar amount listed in there because at the time, he had apparently presented to the court some of these bills, and there was already concern about that. So the judge didn't want to weigh in on an amount until we had the chance to review it. So that was nice. Yes.
We're not hanging out there.
Nope. Nope.
And he didn't hang it.
That's right.
He's taken care of.
Well, that gets us to the next one. Courthouse work.
Oh, that's easy.
Well, so kind of where we are on that is, as you all know, the treasurer and the commissioner have moved. Kim and I went to visit them yesterday, check out their space, see how they were doing. And Chris has spent a lot of time over there getting their IT stuff worked out and all of that, so I appreciate that. And so, of course, Lisa still has a fair amount of files back in the other office, but other than that, they are moved, and their phones were off for several days. So yesterday, I think they both had somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 calls that they were going to go see, if it was actually 100 different people. So we'll see how that goes. But as a part of that move, then kind of one of the next steps is Mark has been working with the judge about going ahead and using some of the space to develop a reasonable sized jury room. So we've started working on that. We've been looking for some new metal doors, one for the judge's area and one for the Commonwealth Attorney's door in that order of priority. It turns out right now metal doors are running $8,000. installed. So, even like the one out here, that's part of why that door hasn't been replaced yet, is it was part of what they were gonna do when we started looking at how much it was gonna be, yeah, for the deck, so.
Figured it would be pretty high, because place 26 over and 1.2 million.
So we're continuing to look for other sources for metal doors, but I think, just to give you guys an idea of inflation, Dan was telling us he bought some that were similar when he was still working at the nursing home, and those were 3,000, so that's how much that price has changed.
More like a figure where the nursing home does.
Yeah,
To school to prefab this.
yeah, there you go, there you go. And then Mark and I do have on our agenda, and if the chairman's available to, he's already been over to talk to Rhonda about moving forward with some of the other things and what his plan would be there to use the space that's been vacated. Nobody else has moved yet, so that goes back to the working with the judge, because now that space, right, is kind of technically his-ish. So, so,
We didn't want to get ahead of him.
yeah, so,
What I'm saying is,
It's his.
yeah,
Yeah.
he may think we getting in a hurry or something, say.
yeah, yeah. We'll see. So we have, let him know. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so that means that the whole second floor now is containing courtroom activities. Clerk of the court, the old treasurer's office now, where they already do a lot of the work with the court. All of that is now his space, right?
So the treasurer's old office is now vacated, and so would be available. And then basically half of what was the commissioner's office. She's retained half of it for files. And that's the part.
Third floor.
Yeah, that's the part that adjoins, as you know, the Board of Elections, and so the whole elections office up there.
Right.
Yeah.
What I mean is, so everything on the second floor is now court related.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, okay. Okay, if there were no more questions about that, then the radio update is, when you saw the checks and the disbursements, you saw that there was we made our 15% down payment essentially with Motorola. And we've been working through, of course, you know, the discussion about we're going to be using fiber probably instead of microwave because of cost considerations. And now we've been kind of working through, Kevin and I, and also getting some help from the commissioner's office about space on the towers, and if that space on the tower could be tax exempt as part of an incentive. So we're working on that, see if we get anywhere. The Regional Housing Trust Fund, you all might recall that the state, part of how they spent part of their ARPA money was to put money into the regional commissions for affordable housing issues. Our regional commission has $2 million. The decision was to go ahead and use that as kind of seed money to start a housing trust. And so that would be something that folks in the region could potentially access, and revolving loan funds and that kind of arrangement, instead of just rolling the money out to this much to Pulaski, this much to Floyd, whatever. And so Ladina and I have been attending those meetings and have been looking at what the structure of that should be. And I will say we have been pretty strong advocates, and other people have been on the other side about making sure that everybody gets to be at the table, and that all of the money doesn't go to just the places that think they have a shovel-ready project. So if you hear any about that, we were a little vocal.
How many localities?
It's the whole region, the whole
Planning.
planning region, yes. Yeah, and I will say, in that conversation as well, Montgomery County took up for our side on several issues, particularly related to, there's been some discussion if it would be a pay-to-play arrangement, that we would have to put funds up to participate. And they kind of suggested that if it was, it should be low, and they also thought it would be helpful if we could use in-kind to make up at least a portion of it, because they recognize, as they said, their tax base is a little bit more robust than others, and so that was, yeah, so that was really helpful. So that's been good so far. We'll see. The last couple of items on the opioid settlement, there will be a training January 19th and 20th in Richmond about how that money can be spent, and opening up the portal for getting the money that's not just coming to us, but that second pot of money that is competitive to the authority. So your two lead staff for that would like to go to Richmond, because I think that would be, looking at the wording of some of that regulation, it's much more complex than some of the other monies we've had.
Take a video.
Yeah. It feels like there's a lot of opportunities for potholes.
Yeah.
Have you received the information that pertaining to actual cost to each agency?
No.
That request was made.
Yeah. No. Yeah, and I think that was something that you all had asked Mr. Durbin.
We need that too,
Okay.
in connection with everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've been no, we don't have that. I think Mr. Durbin was one who was going to help us with that. But we've been both kind of cruising through the website a little bit, and that information is not on there, so it'll have to come out somewhere else.
Yes.
You have to have that. You need to have that in the process.
Okay. And then finally, just kind of an update, and maybe talk to y'all about picking a date. We are still having a lot of rain issues, which makes it really difficult to get the mulch spread, but so it's slowly but surely, we're taking the top layer off and putting it there, and the inside has actually been frozen. A nice little snowball, so we've been working through that, but yeah. Except for it's treated lumber, yeah. So, well, yeah. But so we did hear your request, and I think Jacob's also really excited about having an actual ribbon cutting, maybe a little open house with all those things. But didn't want to pick a date until it's all completed. So start with you. When it's done, I'll send something out and start asking for dates that work for you all. And also finally, related to all of that, I guess two other things related to that. Jacob has done a series of forms to try to start getting us kind of caught up with what some of our structures should be now that we have a policy in place. And so Kim and I have 8 different ones to review. And I've also asked him to go ahead and lay out the whole schedule for the year, for all the sports, including when registration is, when the first game is, all those kind of things. And we're going to go ahead and turn that into hopefully a nice online publication and get it out hopefully in January. So that's kind of on his agenda as well. And the last thing.
Be sure to include the schools getting a copy.
Make sure, yeah.
Well, and Ms. Cookenbook, that was my last report item. Was I did go the other day and sit down with Dr. Wheeler about several items, and Darren Booth. And one of them did have to do with the availability of space And so we're going to try to rework that a little bit. I mean, essentially what they're now saying is Jacob needs to get into them earlier, not just about how many he might need and those kind of things, but in general, the availability of the football field may still be fairly limited, and the basketball may also be limited. And so we're gonna do our part to get our schedules in. I asked Jacob to go ahead and send them your best guess of how many teams and places you're gonna need, send it off and see what we get. There has been some of the travel ball type teams that have also been taking some of the space. And so that's starting to be a subject of conversation about what the order needs to be amongst the two secondary groups. So,
The school policy manual used to list us as, well, the authority is top priority
Number two.
right after school
Correct.
functions. So,
After school.
right after the school functions.
I
No.
need to find one of those.
And, you know, on the football, if we had to, we could go back to the elementary school. It's not ideal, but years ago, we played games. It's tough to lay out, but you can get it laid out. And we even played some on the big baseball field up here in the outfield.
Yeah, we've
It's
talked.
tight, but you can do it if we had to.
Yeah, and Jacob and I have discussed that numerous times, and the challenge is because we have so few football teams, we have to be in the league. And the league requires, even for the little kids, that they have to have a full field. So what I've encouraged Jacob to do is to get up with some of the other smaller jurisdictions, like Narrows and some of those places, and try to see if they can get the region to concede that maybe when you got little kids running around, it doesn't actually have to be 100 yards. Because of course for them, it feels a lot more than 100 yards anyway. As a short person, I understand. So, so we'll see. But so that's kind of where things are with that, and I wanted to make sure to share that with you. With that, I think that's all that until we go to closed session.
Well, I want to mention the Parks and Recreation, basically that, I mean, in his report that was in our correspondence, it further shows the problem with space for basketball, and yeah, it's with some real discussions are going to have to be had. Also, if I might ask too about the meeting, you know, we could leave open a week from today. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if everything will be, and I guess we'll discuss that in close, but I mean, a week from today would not fall into leave, would it?
I think that's a possibility, sure. But we probably want to talk about some things in closed session.
Yeah.
First. Yeah.
I understand. Throw that out there.
Thank you, Amy.
What was that, Jay?
I understand what she's saying, but I kind of like leaving it, let the chairman call it if we need it. And then if it's next week, fine. If it has to be the last week of the month, well.
Well, let's take a motion to go into closed session. Wait a minute.
Oh, supports, well, we'll go back to yeah, there is still some discussion.
So we'll go into closed session under 2.2 3711A1, A3, A6, and 1A29 and 1A5.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, call the roll.
It's a sign my pen's run out.
She said, give me time.
It was the second.
Did you
Jim?
second?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. I'm still working on my pen. So on the motion to move into closed session under A1, A3, A6, A29, and A5. Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
That was a test run.
I was the one that said we had to move on.
I'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion second, call the roll.
Right, on the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Just say yes.
say yes.
Nod.
She's sideways, but nod your head up and down. We can't hear you.
Mr. Booth
Yes,
and Mr. Turbin.
Yes.
and we will attest that she did nod yes. Make a motion that we certification.
She's still nodding
You're
yes.
ready.
I'll take a motion to, or certification motion, we only talked about those things that we're in closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion to certify that we only talked about the things in closed session that we were supposed to talk about, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Turbin.
Yes.
All right. And we want to make sure we say that
Did you hear me that time?
oh,
Yeah.
God, yes. That she was in a secure location and yes.
No recording device.
No recording. Thank you, Mr. Turbin.
No recording devices.
There you go. All right. So we kind of, we have 5 things left, real quick, they're short, on the agenda. 2 are from the EDA and from Ladina. So, Ms. Chair, if we can turn it over to her.
Everyone, I believe, if I could attempt the motion and then ask you authorization for the chairman to sign 2 project advance documents if approved and signed by the EDA and the company.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion second, any other discussion? Call the roll.
On the motion to allow the chairman to sign 2 project advance documents if
Approved and signed,
approved and signed by the company,
the EDA and the company.
the EDA and the company. Thank you, Ladina. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turbin?
Yes.
All right.
The second item is approve pre-bid services for up to $12,000 to be signed by the county administrator.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion second. Go ahead and call the roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve the county administrator to sign a contract for pre-bid services for up to $12,000. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Nod your head, Linda.
Okay.
He fell out of her chair.
Mr. Cox
Yes.
and Mr. Turbin.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's go ahead, since they're on a roll. So the other 2 things are to approve 2 people to serve on a board or a commission. And so we have this. Drake Thompson for the EDA.
So moved.
Second.
This is for a 4-year term. My apologies. Thompson?
Go ahead and call the roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve Drake and Thompson to serve on the EDA for a 4-year term, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
okay, Ms. Cookenbook,
First, I want to say my microphone was unmuted at this end, not at your end. And I will vote Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. Next, we have appointing someone to the Board of Trustees for the library, the Floyd Library.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
I would like to make that motion.
Joyce Poison,
Who is it? Whoever.
and it's the.
Joyce.
Esther, who's them?
Mr. B.
Esther Hooton, I would like to make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, on the motion to approve Joyce Esther Husen to serve on the Library Board of Trustees, the Montgomery Floyd Library Board of Trustees, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yeah.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, and we have one final thing. If you give us just a second. Go get, that's it. That's all we got. So.
Well, I think that's understood, but Draken starts at the end of George's, which is tonight.
So
Well,
for the
well,
record, we will clarify, just in case, that Draken's term starts tomorrow, after Mr. Nestor's term expires today, at midnight tonight. Thank you. Well, that way we can make sure we have it in the minutes too.
Yeah. These things are married for about 3 hours, and then I'm gonna check with them.
Limit your comments to 4 minutes.
No, more like 40 seconds.
I've enjoyed what you've done. Benefited the county.
Thank you very much for your hard work and your service and your sacrifice here at the end. We deeply appreciate it.
I won't say how long we've been here, but for a while. And just thank you for your service to the people of the community. That's who you most.
Appreciate it. I tried to be sympathetic.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's-
So, you know, it's- right. Now, if you're like me, you don't have to get a job to rest. Or you're gonna be busy.
And if we can make the new generation have your work ethic, then we'll all be better off. But thank you for all that you did and enjoy your grandkids. Yeah.
Just want to say, you have to this county and the citizens of this county, all of the different hats you've worn within our administrative offices as well through the years. And I concur with everybody else. Enjoy your retirement, enjoy your family, enjoy your what may be considered free time. But I'm sure it'll be filled with so much that it hardly seems like it's free time, but it'll be on your time, and that's what's important.
That's right.
Thank you very much. A Merry Christmas
Thank you.
and a Happy New Year.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
We still get to party with her a little longer, so.
Anybody?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I'm ready to say, dudes. Anybody got anything to say?
Too late.
That's what I mean. Say, I take a motion to adjourn.
Does this help?
So
Yeah. So,
Second.
motion second.
To adjourn, Ms. Bechtel,
yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
okay, Mr. Cox,
Yes, and Merry Christmas.
Mr. Terman.
And if I need y'all between
Thank
now and
you.
the 1st of